Good afternoon, everyone. I am very sorry for the delays today, but it is that time of year when things get moved around a lot. We have 70 some odd witnesses today for the BERFA, I think, right? Is that right? Or no, all together? All together, okay. Okay. But we are going to start with the BERFA, which we do have 21 witnesses for. We're happy that you're all here, and we're looking forward to hearing from you all. Just keep our time limits in mind, and we'll move as quickly as we possibly can. At the moment, the order 1 through 22 bills is the way it is. Things could change, but that's my plan to keep it that way. So we are going to start with the BERFA 284. We have the secretary online. We have his deputy in here. We're lucky people. And whenever you want to start.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Speak a little more.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we've got you.
Fantastic. Thank you for the accommodation today. Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, member of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of Senate Bill 284, the Budget Reconciliation and Finance Act of 2026. Joining me today in person are Deputy Secretary Mark Nicole and Director of Revenues Richard Auksher for any questions. The Moore-Miller administration developed the FY 2027 budget during a period of significant fiscal transition. Maryland is navigating seismic federal actions affecting state programs, continued growth in healthcare utilization, moderating revenue growth tied to the national economy, and statutory spending commitments enacted in prior years. In response, Maryland is taking proactive steps to ensure long-term fiscal stability while continuing to deliver the services residents depend upon every day and maintaining a strong foundation for economic growth and competitiveness. Even as the state takes responsible steps to align spending with sustainable revenues, the FY 27 budget continues to preserve and grow targeted investments that support Maryland's long-term economic growth and the continued growth of our lighthouse industries. The budget maintains investments in workforce development and higher education that strengthens Maryland's talent pipeline, supports research and innovation that attracts private sector investment, and sustain transportation and infrastructure funding critical to job creation and regional competitiveness. Investments in housing and energy initiatives further help communities remain affordable and resilient for families and employers alike. Together, these priorities reflect the administration's commitment to pairing fiscal discipline with strategic investments that position Maryland for continued economic growth and shared prosperity. The FY 27 budget includes approximately $591 million in contingent general fund reductions tied directly to enactment of this BERFA. These reductions were designed carefully to slow spending growth, right-size programs, and prioritize sustainability while preserving core services. A significant portion of the savings come from moderating mandated spending growth, not eliminating programs. For example, as you know, the bill temporarily repeals the FY 27 rainy day fund sweeper while still maintaining reserves equal to 8% of general fund revenues, preserving one of the strongest reserve levels in state history. It establishes shared responsibility with local governments for a portion of teacher retirement cost growth, producing $39 million in savings while maintaining more than $1.1 billion in state support for retirement costs. Several formulas, including the Disparity Grant, Selinger Aid, and Community College funding, are level funded or growth limited, ensuring stability while aligning spending with current revenue conditions. Targeted mandate reductions adjust appropriations for programs where funding exceeds utilization, including scholarship programs, workforce initiatives, and smaller statutory grants. The BERFA also includes operational efficiencies and smaller mandate adjustments across state government, from modifying special fund uses to eliminating outdated or underutilized appropriations, ensuring taxpayer dollars are focused where they deliver the greatest impact. As the members of this committee knows far better than I, sustainability is not about reducing commitment. It is about ensuring that Maryland can keep them. In addition to the spending adjustments, the BERFA authorizes approximately $583 million in fund transfers across FY26 and 27, responsibly using accumulative balances from funds such as the Strategic Energy Investment Fund and the Fiscal Responsibility Fund to address the state's budget challenge. The legislation in this budget also uses capital budget flexibility to offset operating pressures, allowing Maryland to maintain infrastructure investments that support long-term economic development and job growth while avoiding deeper programmatic reductions. The bill further strengthens the state's fiscal position through selective federal tax decoupling from H.R. 1, while also providing over $100 million in tax cuts for Maryland businesses. As you are all aware, Maryland decides the best tax policy for Maryland, not the federal government. Under this BERFA, Maryland rejects federal provisions that would weaken state revenues while maintaining business tax policies, including research and development deductions and small business expensing that improve competitiveness and support economic activity. Taken together, these actions reduce the out-year structural shortfall, maintain a positive FY27 cash ending balance, and preserves Maryland's AAA bond rating. By aligning spending with sustainable revenues and responsibly using existing resources, the BERFA and the budget strengthens Maryland's financial foundation and ensures the state moves forward, positioned to support economic growth, expand opportunity, maintain essential services, and meet future challenges with stability and confidence. For those reasons, we respectfully request a favorable report with amendments on Senate Bill 284. The amendments are in your packet. I want to highlight one of them, which is concerning the 911 fund that I know, Mr. Chair, we have talked about and other folks talk about. That and other amendments are in your packet. Thank you. And with that, we're happy to take any questions you have.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Do you have anything?
No, no, sir.
Questions for the Secretary? Okay. Well, we appreciate all the hard work that goes into this, and we will carefully review it all, as you know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. DLS has two documents before you today. The first is kind of the traditional fiscal note. The second is another package labeled Budget Reconciliation and Financing Act, Budget Summary Provisions and Recommendations. That's what I'll be speaking off of today. Just to start, the combined impact of the DLS recommendations, either alternative recommendations or additional recommendations that we've made, would have a combined impact on the general fund, revenue expenditures, and blueprint of about $203 million. Turning ahead to page 1, this just begins with bullets that describe the provisions in the bill as introduced. I'm only going to highlight the ones where we have alternative recommendations. Those begin on page 3. Under the cost containment section, the BERFA as introduced includes a provision that repeals the requirement that the governors publish the budget books and instead allows those to just be published online, and DLS recommends striking that provision. The next item under that, in the BERFA as introduced, it reduces the participation targets for the Young Adult Service Year program in fiscal 27 and 28 by 400 and 450 participants respectively, and moves the target of 2,000 to fiscal 2029. DLS recommends implementing a 1-year delay so that the fiscal 27 level is held at the fiscal 26 and then moves to the levels proposed in the BERFA in the next years, getting to the 2000 and 2030. Moving ahead to page 5, the BERFA is introduced, proposed transferring just over $1 million from the dedicated purpose account, primarily from funds that were appropriated in fiscal 2023. DLS recommends increasing the authorized transfer by $1.13 million, comprised of 3 additional pieces of funding that are in the dedicated purpose account and that have not been used. Turning to page 6, these cover some provisions related to the Strategic Energy Investment Fund. Particularly, DLS has 2 recommendations related to the provision in the alternative compliance payments. The provision is introduced, expands for fiscal 27 to 2031, the authorized uses of the alternative compliance payments to support the creation of Tier 1 renewable energy, and then identifies very particular uses of funds in fiscal 2027 that align with some funding that is provided in the budget. Portion of these provisions are also contained or supported by legislation that the administration has separately proposed, and so to avoid potential duplication and potentially conflicting outcomes, DLS has recommended striking a portion of those provisions that are duplicated in the bills, and also recommends striking the authorized use of $42 million for higher education research grants. The DLS had also recommended the funds being deleted in the State Reserve Fund. Turning to page 7, under the cost shifts, the BERFA is introduced, increases the local share of the teacher, community college, and library aid by 50% of the increase between fiscal 26 and 27, setting per jurisdiction amounts. DLS recommends shifting 100% of the increase. Also on that page, under the miscellaneous section, the provision in the BERFA is introduced, alters the timing and makes some other technical changes to effectuate a transfer from the local income tax reserve account that was authorized in the BERFA of 2025. DLS recommended a technical adjustment to adjust the timing of that transfer. DLS also recommends a separate transfer of $150 million from the local income tax reserve account that reflects an overallocation to that account. The governor has assumed this revenue as part of the budget plan, but there was not a provision to effectuate the transfer. Moving to page 9, these are the new recommendations that DLS has made. The first recommendation is to reduce the required distribution from the State Lottery Fund to the Major Sports and Entertainment Event Program Fund from the amount necessary to restore the balance to $10 million to the amount necessary to restore the balance to $5 million. The second item reduces the required distribution from the State Lottery Fund to the Racing and Community Development Financing Fund in fiscal 2026 only. This makes the mandate consistent with the fiscal 2026 budget as enacted. DLS also recommended reducing the mandated per pupil special education funding to provide a growth rate of 5% in fiscal 2027 through 2030. DLS recommends delaying the expansion of the Tier 2 full-day pre-kindergarten eligibility by capping the eligibility at 360% instead of 600%, and then phasing in the planned growth of the per pupil funding over 2 years rather than all in fiscal 2027. DLS has made 2 recommendations related to the State Arts Council. The first would level fund the formula at the fiscal 2026 working appropriation level instead of increasing it by the rate of general fund growth, and also repealing a required annual distribution from the state admissions and amusement tax revenue, and instead directing that to the general fund. DLS has also recommended reducing the mandate for the Equitech Growth Fund from $5 million to $2 million. DLS recommends transferring $2 million from the Maryland Police Training and Standards Commission Fund to the general fund in fiscal 2026. DLS has made 2 recommendations related to the Need-Based Student Financial Assistance Fund. The first, listed on the bottom of page 9, returns unused appropriations for the Teaching Fellows for Maryland Scholarship program, which is funded from the Blueprint for Maryland's Future Fund to that fund. The second on page 10, in the second bullet on that page, would return unused general fund appropriations that are from non-income-based programs to the general fund instead of that fund. DLS has also recommended extending a $9 million cap on the student loan debt relief tax credit that may be approved in tax year 2026, and alters the date that MHEC would submit the required report on recommendations to better target the allocation of the tax credits. It was intended in the BERFA of last year to be submitted January 1st and was not submitted, and so this would extend the date to December 1. The next item, DLS has recommended capping the value of the final tax credit certificates that may be awarded through the More Jobs for Marylanders program at $15 million, establishes a sunset date for the program. DLS has also recommended sunsetting the film production activity tax credit. And the final is a kind of technical amendment. The fiscal 26 budget restricted funds from the Child Care Capital Support Revolving Loan Fund to be used for an outreach campaign and survey by the Maryland Health Benefit Exchange. It's not an allowable use of that fund, though the survey was conducted, and so this would expand the allowable uses for 1 year only so that they could be reimbursed for those expenses. And that concludes our presentation.
Questions for DLS? As usual, you have done a great job, thorough. We appreciate it very much. Give us a lot to think about as we move forward. Okay. It started with the public testimony. Looks like some of you have conveniently put yourselves together, so that may work nicely. Owen Bailey, Kristen Harbison, Ann Jones, Bill Conch, and Matt Stegman. Looks like you all care about the environment a little bit. Nice to see y'all. Whoever wants to start.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Kristen Harbison, Political Director for the Maryland League of Conservation Voters, in support of Governor Moore's proposed budget without further cuts through the Budget Reconciliation and Financing Act. As you continue to navigate an uncertain fiscal outlook and again seek to close a significant budget for shortfall, we urge you to pass a budget that recognizes the essential value of our state's natural resources, responsibly protects and enhances Maryland's natural places, invests in climate resilience, clean energy, and ensures appropriate staffing for state agencies. We ask you especially to protect the funds in the Strategic Energy Investment Fund for their intended purpose. No one is more familiar than this committee with the difficult balancing act of finding solutions to our state's energy demands and the high price of energy to ratepayers while in the midst of a significant budget shortfall. All Marylanders, but especially low and moderate income Marylanders in overburdened and underserved communities, are counting on you to help reduce their energy costs and protect their communities from the impacts of climate change by advancing the clean energy economy. And Maryland ratepayers have given you the tool to fulfill these promises through the CEF. The influx of funds do not come from taxpayers for the general fund and general use. They are, in essence, loans from ratepayers entrusted to you for the specific purpose of advancing renewable energy and addressing climate change. Using the CEF for these intended purposes ensures that ratepayers will not continue to bear the burden of non-compliance with the state's clean energy goals of solar and battery storage, and it simultaneously builds our state's energy generation, which is the fastest, most cost-effective way to improve grid reliability. For all of these reasons, Maryland LCV urges you that you pass a budget that dedicates the CEF funds only to purposes for which it was intended: renewable energy development, long-term climate resiliency, pollution reduction, public health benefits for Marylanders. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Bill Crouch, and I am the Maryland State Director for the Conservation Fund, a national 501c3 nonprofit land trust. Today, I represent Forever Maryland in offering our strong support for the full and sustained funding of Maryland's real estate transfer tax programs in this year's budget. The lands protected with program open space dollars are not idle green spaces. According to the Outdoor Industry Association, in 2019, the outdoor recreation industry in Maryland contributed $14 billion in spending, generated 109,000 direct jobs, and generated $951 million in state and local tax revenues. POS in part allowed Maryland to meet its 30 by 30 commitments and will no doubt be critical to the state's ability to meet its 40 by 40 commitments. Recognizing the many economic and health benefits, the administration prioritized opening lands for public access. Recently, DNR acquired what will be the first state park in Wycomico County. The Wettapequin Creek acquisition is 445 acres and will bring educational and recreational opportunities. Every county in the state will have a state park. Program open space makes these acquisitions possible. Even with this impressive milestone having been met, many parks still close due to capacity issues. The demand for publicly accessible lands remain. We know that protected lands help climate change, and time outside carries innumerable health benefits. The severity of weather events seem to increase every year. Program open space protects vulnerable communities combating severe storm impacts like flooding. Between the direct economic impacts, climate change resiliency, and health benefits of protected land, program open space is an outstanding investment with immeasurable returns. Forever Maryland supports replacement of the transfer tax with GO bonds while seeking to get back to cash funding as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Ann Jones. Today I'm representing the Baltimore County Land Trust Coalition, which represents the 5 active land trusts in Baltimore County. I am often cautioned to not get too far in the weeds when you make a discussion, but I'm from a farm. I'm a farm girl at heart, and I can't help but be in the weeds. So I'm going to go into the weeds a little bit here about a few specific things in the BERFA. We appreciate the funding that is there. The switch from cash to bond funding is always a concern, and while we very much appreciate that it allows the programs to continue, we would hope to return to cash funding as soon as it's at all possible, and also want to make sure that the interest is actually going to come out of the general fund for that, which we believe that it will, but you know, it's just like if I borrow a car, they're not going to pay it for me. I'd love them to, but you know, if you take that loan payment out, that's how it goes. I will always point out that the last year's BERFA, which is included in this, did have the $100 million cut, and $25 million is out before we get out of the gate today. So appreciate what is funded, but that exists. Then the BERFA also includes a provision that reallocates funds to the Department of Planning for the Jefferson Patterson Park and Museum. While this is a relatively small amount of money, it's indicative of the continued reallocation of the transfer tax from the intended purpose of land acquisition to operation. And this would be operation of the Jefferson Patterson Park. And then the other really in the weeds item is this item that would say for sure that the Heritage Fund is included in the balance that is credited to stateside program open space, so that the balance over and above that can be allocated to other things. By putting more money into the basis, it makes it more likely that money on the top will be taken. So with those weedy points, I thank you for your support and the opportunity to testify.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Matt Stegman with the Chesapeake Bay Foundation, and Ann was down in the weeds, so I'll stay way up here.
That's what y'all do.
And just start with, and I do mean this really sincerely, I want to thank this committee for their work last year and this year to navigate a really challenging fiscal picture. I think, you know, I agree with pretty much everything other folks on the panel have said. You know, there's some decisions that have been made last year and that are on the table this year that we don't necessarily love, but we certainly understand in light of the sort of big picture of what you're trying to put together. So we appreciate you being supportive of environmental programs and funding, and ask you to continue to keep them top of mind as you go forward. When we're talking about the agencies and the programs that really do the heavy lifting for our land, our air, our water, we're talking about the Department of Natural Resources, Department of the Environment, the Maryland Energy Administration, and the Department of Ag. Those 4 agencies combined make up about 1.5% of the total budget picture. They're agencies and programs that are already running very leanly. And we as advocates always want to push them to do more and to do better, but given the resourcing that they have, what they are able to accomplish is in some cases really pretty fantastic and pretty noteworthy. So we just again ask you to continue to prioritize environmental funding. I know that there's a number of proposals on the table here. There will certainly be more in the next couple weeks as we get to the end of the session. So just keep us in mind, keep our air, our water, our land in mind. Thank you.
We better. Questions for this group, this panel?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I haven't missed you. Don't worry. Mr. Bailey, it is your shot now.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Owen Bailey. I'm speaking on behalf of Partners for Open Space. We thank the Governor and General Assembly for protecting the state's transfer tax and for proposing funding levels that honor Maryland's longstanding commitment to land conservation, outdoor recreation, and stewardship of our collective heritage and natural resources. The budget before you continues that commitment even in a challenging fiscal year. Partners for Open Space supports the proposed FY27 budget. We appreciate the effort to maintain programmatic stability during a difficult budget cycle. At the same time, it's been said, we must be candid that the continued diversion of transfer tax revenues, even backfilled with bonds, weakens the long-term productivity of these programs and risks eroding the credibility of the very formula that has made Maryland a national leader of land conservation. Because of this, we respectfully urge the committee and administration to return to full cash funding under the statutory formula as soon as possible. The programs supported by the transfer tax deliver extraordinary value to the state, to our rural and urban communities, to our local parks, and to our climate and resilience goals. Their effectiveness depends on predictability and integrity of the funds that sustain them. We thank you for your attention and your ongoing commitment to the transfer tax that defines Maryland's character and supports our quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions for the virtual witness? Thank you all very much.
Thank you. I don't know how that happened.
We're all pleased to have the county executive from Prince George's County. County Executive Breakboy, there you are. Our former colleague.
Yes, great to see
Do you have anyone with you? Is Morgan Weissman?
David.
Is Morgan Weissman part of your presentation?
David.
Okay.
Okay.
Because I have someone from Prince George's Management and Budget signed up virtually.
Yeah, she won't be testifying.
Okay, not happening. Okay.
Okay.
Very good.
Well, good afternoon.
Good to see you.
Thank you. Wonderful to see you. Wonderful to be here, Mr. Chair and Mr. Vice Chair, who also hails from Prince George's County. I appreciate the opportunity to be here with you today, and I'm here really on an urgent matter. For the record, I'm Aisha Breakboy, County Executive of Prince George's County, where I represent nearly 1 million people. And we are greatly affected by the decisions made here in Annapolis, and I'm sure you all know that. Your executives will say the same thing. And so as a former delegate, I'm no stranger to Annapolis, but this is my first session as county executive. When I first took over the position, I was faced with a $170 million budget deficit. I was also hit with the news that the commanders were heading back to Washington and Six Flags was shutting down. Then the current federal administration began laying off federal workers, disproportionately impacting Prince George's County, and there were cutbacks to places like NASA Goddard and Beltsville Agricultural Center, which again impact Prince George's County. To say our budget projections, current and future, were taking a hit would be an understatement. But since then, we've made significant progress in our budget. We exercise fiscal discipline. We focus on speeding up our permitting process so that businesses could get open quicker. And we began attracting world-class economic development projects. But the county's December 2025 forecast still showed a $58 million general fund shortfall projected for FY 2027. Let me say that there are a number of formula changes in this budget that have genuinely concerned me, but the most worrisome is the provision to cap the disparity grant at the FY 2026 level for 3 years. For Prince George's County, this would mean a loss of $17.5 million we were expecting to receive in FY 27. Reviewing statutory mandates periodically is good government. However, doing so in a manner that worsens the very disparities these funds were meant to alleviate is anything but. Disparity grants were put in place to help lower-income counties like Prince George's catch up with wealthier jurisdictions. As excited as we are about economic activity coming in the future, in particular Sphere National Harbor, which I'm sure you'll hear about soon, until the bonds are in place and the deals are signed, we still have to balance our budget. In fact, I'm required to send a balanced budget to the county council next week, so I must find a way to close the shortfall. It places a heavy burden on Prince George's County. More than any other jurisdiction, this decision with respect to disparity grants. We would absorb $17.5 million, or 2/3 of the disparity grant formula change, which is a total of $26 million cut, but $17.5 million of that would be cut from Prince George's County. That, along with other cuts in the budget, including a $4.5 million from a limit on the increase of the state's share of community college operating funds in FY 27. We would also be required to pay an indeterminate amount to the state for costs associated with establishing an assisted mental health outpatient treatment program unless the county was able to establish its own program. The county operating expenses would increase to include an additional $5.6 million for the cost of teacher, community college, and library retirement payments. This is in addition to $13 million for this purpose that the state began mandating from the county starting in FY 26. The Department of Legislative Services is recommending that counties pay 100% of the incremental increase in those retirement costs, which could add an additional $11.3 million to our tab. We simply can't afford to absorb all of these costs. I'm here today to urge you to reconsider the formula change for the disparity grants and review other ways to assist counties that have lower income residents like ours. Jurisdictions like Prince George's County have been able to plan ahead based on these funds to map out our essential services for our residents. Cuts of this magnitude would be crippling. And I ask again that this proposal be reconsidered. And I thank you so much for your time. We're here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Madam County Executive. I want to just, before we take any questions, I just want to just say, I won't address all the issues that you brought up, but as it relates to the disparity grant, in consultation with the Prince George's members on this committee and further conversations with Chair Barnes, I'm confident that that's not going to be an issue for you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Hello to the county executive. It's great to see you. Thank you for coming down. And as the chair indicated, Senator Augustine and I share your concerns.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Anything else? Thank you very much. Good to see you.
Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day.
Nicole Graner and Dan Martin.
Good afternoon, Chair Gazzoni and members of the committee. My name is Nicole Graner, and I am the Public Policy Director for the Community Behavioral Health Association of Maryland. CBH represents 95 community-based providers on the front lines of our mental health and addiction crisis. Behavioral health isn't just a budget line. It is a lifeline, and Senate Bill 284 will cut it. Language in the BERFA weakens the department's obligation to move forward with CCBHCs and proposes to delay Maryland's application for 3 years to FY29. Last year, you reaffirmed your commitment to modernize how we approach community care, and we need you to do that again. MDH has pointed to mixed outcomes in other states, but we don't need to look elsewhere. Our 5 CCBHCs have documented 40% shorter hospital stays, 60% fewer emergency room visits, and 47% lower hospital costs. We have Maryland data, and we need to use it. The CCBHC demonstration comes with a 65% enhanced federal Medicaid match, turning $10.1 million in state general fund investments into $28.7 million in real services for real people. Waiting means leaving an additional millions of federal dollars on the table, and in this fiscal climate, this is a choice we cannot afford. Waiting until 2029 risks losing the workforce we have fought so hard to build. Grant funding for 4 of our 5 CCBHC sites expires this September. Those clinicians, crisis workers, and counselors will move on, and when they do, they won't come back just because the funding does. Cuts to behavioral health do not save money. The need doesn't disappear. It moves into emergency rooms, jails, and systems that are exponentially more expensive and far less equipped to help people heal. CBH urges you to reject language weakening MDH's obligation to move forward with the demonstration for FY26. The infrastructure is built, the results are proven. These are real people in real crisis who depend on you. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Dan Martin with the Mental Health Association of Maryland. I'm here today to kind of say, we recognize that you all have tough decisions, but there are still really serious unmet mental health needs that we are working to address. Suicidality among Maryland youth is 5th highest in the nation. Despite that grim statistic, and despite the remarkable results from the Consortium on Coordinated Community Supports, improving mental health outcomes for students across the state, this BERFA would cut school mental health funding through the consortium by $20 million, or 20% from what actually went out the door last year and what was planned for this year. And, I have statewide outcomes that you can see in my written testimony that you can look at, but you also have something else. I went around to everybody's offices this morning, and I dropped off impact statements for showing how the money from this consortium is spent and the positive outcomes in each of the counties that you all represent. And all you have to do is look at that to see what a 20% cut in these services would mean for students and families in these jurisdictions. It would be devastating, again, at a time of great need. So urging you to reject that cut to the funding for the Consortium on Coordinated Community Supports. And I'm also going to just echo what Ms. Graner said about the CCBHCs, urging rejection of that language as well that would weaken the commitment to CCBHCs. The General Assembly has been very supportive of moving in that direction. The Behavioral Health Administration has done a ton of work this past year, kind of planning for the CCBHC demonstration in terms of developing populations of focus, community needs assessments, range of services, data collection, prospective payment system, on and on. And this language would just really put this initiative and the future of the program in question. So I urge you to reject both of those provisions, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Questions for this panel? Senator Lewis Young.
I've also noticed a recommendation for flat funding for behavioral health provider rates. Could you address the potential consequences of that?
Sure. So the way we see it, this would be the second year that behavioral health provider rates have been flat funded. At this point, with cost of operation going up, cost of leases and mortgages and all of that going up and up, those are cuts at this point. Flat funding, while it sounds neutral, is not neutral. It does result in cuts to programs and services. Our providers are going to have some real hard decisions to make if we continue to be flat funded in terms of what programs do they continue to maintain, do they need to cut census and reduce access to care and those kinds of things. So at this point, you know, we're appreciative that we're not getting a cut, but in real life that does translate into a cut. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Terry Kavanaugh. Somebody doesn't know how to retire.
I keep trying, they keep pulling me back. Chairman Gazzoni, members of the committee, Terry Kavanaugh here on behalf of SEIU Local 500. And we're here in support of the BERFA with critical amendments to protect working families and public education. We've submitted written testimony, but just a couple of points I wanted to make. First, to fully fund the child care scholarship program and fully fund credentialing and professional development for child care providers. Parents cannot work without affordable child care, and if we cannot expand access without investing in the workforce that provides that care. Second, we urge full funding of public education. That includes maintaining the blueprint commitments, restoring funding for student supports, and investing in professional development of educational support professionals. The paraprofessionals, bus drivers, custodians, and school staff who keep our schools running every day. We also strongly urge reinstating hold harmless protections for school systems facing enrollment declines. Temporary shifts in enrollment should not trigger destabilizing cuts. Finally, we ask to fully fund our community colleges, remove the proposed 3% cap on state share growth, reinstate hold harmless protections, and restore full funding for the Maryland Community College Promise Scholarship. Community colleges are the backbone of workforce development and economic mobility. Maryland's future depends on strong schools, accessible childcare, and affordable higher education. We respectfully urge a favorable report with these amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Thank you very much. Megan O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Megan O'Brien, and I'm with EveryMind, a mental health nonprofit. For nearly 70 years, EveryMind has walked alongside Maryland families in their hardest moments, providing prevention, early intervention, and life-saving mental health care. I'm here today urging you to amend SB 284 and restore the proposed $20 million cut to the consortium for coordinated community supports. A 20% cut to school mental health care funding is not trimming a line item. It is pulling support away from children in crisis. EveryMind's clinicians, case managers, and mentors are trusted partners inside school communities, including in 13 consortium-funded schools. They provide therapy, mentoring, case management, and support for families and staff. This funding doesn't sit in a budget line. It walks school hallways and sits beside students when they're at their lowest. One student came to us angry and repeatedly suspended, acting out because of trauma at home. Others saw behavior, but we saw pain. With consistent mentoring from a trusted adult who showed up every day, she has gone this entire school year without a suspension. Her grades are up. She's using her words instead of her fists, and she's talking about her future. That transformation happened because funding allowed a trained adult to be there consistently with her. Now multiply that story by thousands. Last year alone, consortium programs served more than 137,000 students in 86% of Maryland schools. If this cut stands, services will shrink, staff will be lost, and children will be the ones paying the price. You have the power to choose differently. Please restore this funding, protect the services, and protect our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. O'Brien? What's that button you have on under there?
It's the keep the door open.
Thought I recognized that.
Yep.
That was shameless.
Yep.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Dan Rabbit. Oh, I see a theme.
Yeah, we're a well-organized advocacy community.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Chair Gazon, members of the Budget and Tax Committee. My name is Dan Rabbit, Policy Director at Behavioral Health System Baltimore. BHSB serves as the local behavioral health authority for Baltimore City. We come before you to ask for full fund to adopt the BERFA, but make two changes: to reject the $20 million cut to school mental health through the consortium, and to reject the changes to the Certified Community Behavioral Health Clinics, CCBHCs. For CCBHCs, others can speak with more detail to it, but BHSB is absolutely in support of the model. It really represents the future of comprehensive, high-quality, community-based behavioral health care. So we really hope that the state moves forward with that demonstration. On the consortium, I just wanted to share how excited we are for what the promise of this program in Baltimore. The funding supports innovative prevention and early intervention services. If you go on the website, there's like 15 different best practices that are listed there. This is not just another school counselor. This is a really innovative and forward-thinking approach to intervening early to support the mental health of our young people. And the goal for every jurisdiction is to have a local hub that can support these services across the entire school system in every county, but only half of the counties have made it that far. In Baltimore City, we have received a capacity grant to get ready to move into that next phase, but we haven't gotten there yet. Neither has Montgomery County, neither has Prince George's County. So really, the promise of this program is still to come. The vision is really ambitious and really exciting, and it would be such a shame to pull back on this program before it's really even got off the ground. So we ask that you reject that $20 million cuts, make sure to take youth mental health seriously, and make those changes in the BERFA. Thank you so much.
Questions, this witness? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jennifer Evandangle and Marceline White.
Good afternoon, Chair,
Hello.
members of the committee. For the record, my name is Marceline White. I'm the Executive Director of Economic Action Maryland Fund, and we appreciate the opportunity today to request $225,000 in funding to support our Security Older Adult Program. Our SOAR program focuses on screening and providing older adults with homeowners and renters tax credits. We've been doing this since 2019. We're the only organization in the state that screens low-income families for renters tax credits. Since 2019, we've returned more than $6,700,000 to low-income older adults and families with disabilities through tax credits, as well as trainings on consumer protection and digital privacy. We work and focus primarily on older adults who are high needs and high touch, meaning that they need support and assistance in terms of gathering documents, uploading materials to the portal, and navigating the homeowners and renters tax credit. We also do follow-up each year. We partner with a number of organizations around the state and work with tax sites to screen folks. This past year, we've returned $900,000 to renters and tax and homeowners. And we're asking for support in particular as so many folks are struggling with affordability, and particularly with federal changes in the federal level. We are worried that people will not be able to meet the obligations to keep their benefits from Medicaid and SNAP. We are working with our client base and others to expand the program to make sure that no one is left behind, and we can screen these folks, apply information, and get them into the portal so that they can maintain their Medicaid and SNAP benefits. And so for all these reasons, we ask for your support for this request.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Todd Reynolds.
Pleased to be the next contestant. Good afternoon, Chair, members of the Budget and Taxation Committee. My name is Todd Reynolds. I'm the political coordinator for the American Federation of Teachers in Maryland. AFT represents the full-time faculty at 8 of the state's community colleges, as well as a number of county and municipal public employees throughout the state. We are here to testify asking that the committee reject the proposed reductions in CAID funding formula, as well as a direct reduction to BCCC's formula, as well as ask for the committee to reject the proposed reductions in aid to local jurisdictions. We're heartened to hear that the committee is disinclined to accept those, so I won't spend too much time on that. We did submit written testimony, so let me just highlight a few things. Regarding the community colleges, those community colleges have been seeing on average an increase of enrollment of approximately 5%. A number of the schools, namely Prince George's County College and Frederick Community College, have been seeing higher growth rates. Yet the proposed cap on increased funding and state aid at only 3%, these colleges and many others like Montgomery College, Community College of Baltimore County, and Howard Community College will not have the funds necessary to educate these students. We're also calling the legislature to reject the reduction in state aid to Baltimore City Community College. BCC is a little bit different. It's not funded through the CAID funding formula. And so I'll note that the provision of the BERFA reduces this funding to that college in perpetuity, whereas the proposed CAID funding is capped for only 3 years. The school's always stretched its budget thin to try to meet educational needs of the students. There's really nothing left to cut at the school. And unlike other community colleges, BCCC cannot turn to their local county for help to mitigate any reductions in state aid. This reduction must be either borne by the employees or the students of the school in the form of stagnant wages, larger class sizes, staff attrition, higher tuition, and reduced services. So we're calling on the committee to reject those cuts. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Jason Bennett, Allegheny County Administrator. I'm here to talk about the same topic Prince George's County Executive Brave Boy spoke to you about earlier.
You took a drive. You probably don't need to.
Yeah, she did the work for me. Allegheny County is the other county that suffered a large loss.
You're going to be good.
We greatly appreciate that. You made this easy.
Yeah.
We're still recovering from the floods and trying to get some funds back. We didn't get our FEMA funding. So these disparity grant funds would really, really help us. So, yes. So we appreciate it.
Sorry to didn't bring you down here.
Well, I'm going to do it again tomorrow, so that's okay.
All right.
Any questions? Thank you.
I think you'll hear the same thing over there.
We appreciate it.
Matter of fact, I know you will. Michael Gray. Love those buttons.
As Dan Rabbit said, we're a well-organized advocacy community, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chair, members of the committee, my name is Michael Gray. I'm with the National Alliance on Mental Illness, or NAMI, Maryland chapter, and we represent a network of over 60,000 individuals who are impacted by mental illness, as well as their families and communities and providers. And want to really echo what you've already heard from the folks who are wearing these matching red buttons. You've heard statistics, you've heard the talking points, the pieces that we hope you consider with the budget for this coming year. But since you've already heard all the facts and figures, I do want to say that NAMI recognizes you're making the most difficult decisions of the legislative session. You do it every year in this committee. Really appreciate your work. And one of the issues we hope you keep an eye on is the consortium for, coordinated community supports. You heard about the youth mental health funding, and I want to say that this committee, under your leadership, Mr. Chairman, fought very hard to get this funding last year, a year ago. You fought hard to get it up to $100 million going forward. We really hope that you can do that again, but we want to say we appreciate and thank this committee for doing that work to get us there. Also, I want to thank Senator Lewis Young for mentioning earlier the Medicaid reimbursement rates, which is a topic you may not hear as much about today. We know money is tight. We know there's a budget shortfall. But as Ms. Grainer said earlier, it's so hard to get and keep mental health care providers across the state, certainly in the most urban and rural areas, but statewide. Providers are leaving Maryland for greener pastures, and we want them to stay here. We want to attract new ones here. And the only way to do that is to make sure they're compensated at somewhere close to the rates they would be at neighboring states. So again, we thank you for your time, your attention to these issues, and happy to take your questions. But again, we appreciate the hard work you're doing right now to keep mental health services people across the state.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you very much. Josh Talkin.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Josh Talkin on behalf of the Maryland chapter of the Sierra Club. Right now, Marylanders are facing an energy affordability crisis. There's a variety of causes, long-term rises in supply costs, but a key issue is that we are demanding more power and not producing enough of it. One key strategy for the state was an aggressive clean energy goal. When utilities fail to meet that goal, they pay an alternative compliance payment, which is meant to go to fund more clean energy. I have listened to fascinating brainstorms about what Maryland can possibly do to generate more energy this year. And I'm here, perhaps uncomfortably before the committee, to suggest that for the second year in a row, diverting between around $500 million out of the fund that is explicitly designed to incentivize and generate electricity is the single most significant thing the committee can do to help Maryland generate more electricity. We believe that SEEF was put in a special use fund the way that it was as a contract with the public, understanding that ratepayers are paying for this, just as the proceeds from the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative are intended to be funding both ratepayer support and energy efficiency. In our testimony, we identify several specific changes we recommend. First, to strike the broadening mandate at SEEF at the top, page 23, line 30 to 31, that broadens the purpose of SEEF to strengthen the state's climate mitigation and climate resiliency. That extremely broad mandate would essentially allow SEEF to fund pretty much any climate mitigation or resiliency program in the state. We should stay focused. If this is paid for by the ratepayers, the benefit should be focused on the ratepayers. We identify several other specific recommendations, as well as around $20 million in the BERFA enabled that we believe could be avoided so that that money can be better spent on clean renewable energy generation. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you very much. Kevin Canale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Kevin Canale here on behalf of the Maryland Association of Counties in support of the bill with amendments. You have my written testimony. I'd just like to bring up a few points. The first one being the teacher pension shift. The BERFA proposes to shift about $39 million in pension costs onto county governments. These are decisions we don't control. We have no role in these pension decisions or investments, and yet we are being asked to absorb another $40 million. I know DLS is recommending shipping the whole 100%, which would be over 80. And last year, we already took about 100 million. So over 2 years, this would be $180 million shifted onto county governments in terms of pensions. And obviously, we just don't have the levers to pull to continue to fund these kinds of shifts. On the disparity grant, I think you already heard about that. It is a $27 million cut, but if you look at what the cap provisions have done over time, this would be about $84 million below where counties should be. Disparity grant poor counties who have done the right thing with their income tax, they're being cut by overall $84 million in terms of where they should be. On assisted outpatient treatment, don't raise any issue with the policy. I think it's a good one. But honestly, just asking counties to fund these programs in the BERFA, it seems like that should have been more of a debate, a bill hearing. It's a pretty big policy shift to ask us to do that in the BERFA. Community colleges, again, we understand the pressure. We appreciate not going, more on the community colleges, but that does end up on the backs of student tuition or county governments when the state has to pull back. And then finally, the 911 Trust Fund. The BERFA proposes to allow that money to be used for operations at MDEM, the Maryland Department of Emergency Management. They certainly need funding. We understand that. But 911 Trust Fund revenue should be sacred for only 911. It's illegal under federal law to use those funds for any other purpose. So we are concerned with that provision as well. But thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Okay. Fabi.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Caden Fabi, Director of State Affairs at Inseparable, a nonprofit mental health advocacy organization. I'm here to respectfully support the BERFA with amendments and urge you to respectfully restore the full $100 million annual appropriation for the Coordinated Community Supports Partnership Fund and reject the proposed 20% cut in SB 284. Just last year, this legislature established a stable $100 million investment in this fund, recognizing it as a cornerstone of Maryland's student mental health infrastructure and a key component of the blueprint for Maryland's future. That decision is already paying off. The demand for this program is extraordinary. For fiscal year 27 alone, schools and providers requested $152 million, far exceeding the current appropriation. That gap tells us the need is real and is growing. Even with limited program, this program has limited funding. This program has delivered services to tens of thousands of students across urban, suburban, and rural communities. It has supported the hiring of hundreds of behavioral health professionals, strengthening Maryland's youth mental health workforce. Students receiving services are showing meaningful reductions in symptom severity and improved functioning. Families report high satisfaction, and in short, this program is working exactly as intended. Reducing funding now would have immediate and long-term consequences. When students don't receive timely mental health care, we see more emergency room visits and hospitalizations. We see rising absenteeism and declining academic performance, and families face greater stress and fewer options. And ultimately, the state bears higher long-term costs in emergency care, child welfare, the justice system, and adult mental health services. Prevention and early intervention are among the most cost-effective investments that the state can make. Cutting this program by 20% risks disrupting services already underway and slowing momentum at a time when youth mental health remains high, needs remain high and are growing. Maryland has positioned itself as a national leader in youth mental health through commitment to this program. We urge you to preserve that leadership and restore the $100 million annual appropriation for this fund. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any questions from members of the committee? Thank you. Unless there's someone else who's on to testify who did not come up, I think that concludes the hearing. Going once, going twice? Okay, that concludes the hearing. The next bill is Senate Bill 858. Senator Hedelman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Shelley Hedelman, and I'm presenting today Senate Bill 858, which is really a joint audit and evaluation committee bill as well. This builds on the bill that we heard yesterday. It is, as you know, there have been a number of audits that have had large policy and fiscal implications and findings. Current law states that the governor and the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Maryland shall implement systems and processes to monitor the efforts of the executive departmental units and the judiciary, respectively, to correct audit findings reported by the Office of Legislative Audits. The AFCU, which is the Audit and Finance Compliance Unit, which is within the Department of Budget and Management, currently exists. It was established by DBM by policy to address
this statutory requirement that I just read to correct audit findings. This legislation before you would codify and more clearly define AFCU's responsibility to assist state agencies in addressing repeat audit findings, as well as significant fiscal or policy findings as referred by the Joint Audit and Evaluation Committee. I'm going to go through its mission and what this bill does. It would require that AFCU assist agencies with OLA, the Office of Legislative Audit, resolutions. It would provide advice and support to state agencies in developing corrective actions. It would monitor agency corrective action, review agency resolution actions on all findings with a concentration on repeat and significant findings, perform, where needed, sample tests to confirm agency corrective actions, and continue to monitor agency progress in implementing corrective actions until OLA returns. It would provide compliance assistance, and as you heard yesterday from the administration, and I think you will hear more today, in alignment with current practice, the Senate Bill 858 requires AFCU to provide direct assistance to state agencies that have 4 or more repeat audit findings or with significant fiscal or policy findings as directed by joint audit. And it further provides for teams with the appropriate expertise consisting of state employees, contractors, or entities as necessary to efficiently and effectively address major financial or policy audit findings. Under the bill, the AFCU will also stand up some public-facing mechanism to show progress on findings publicly. Finally, the AFCU would be authorized to implement proactive steps to address and prevent future audit findings through support to state agencies. This bill does not create a new entity, but codifies and expands the role of an existing entity within current DBM framework. There is also funding in the budget to and some personnel in the budget to expand the number of people in the unit. We believe that this enhanced and centralized response under the bill would also allow for the analysis of common audit-related findings across state agencies and to be addressed by the state government and to be done so in a more consistent way. I ask for your support of this bill. And again, we will be having some amendments and working closely with the administration, with DBM, to flesh out the specific provisions of the bill. So that is it in a nutshell, and I will turn it over to my other panelists.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Christine Tamanis, and I'm the Deputy Legislative Auditor with the Office of Legislative Audits. I'm here today to provide context and information for Senate Bill 858. However, I will not be able to comment on the bill because OLA will need to audit compliance with the bill once enacted. Over the last several years, OLA has reported to the Joint Audit and Evaluation Committee the rise in the number of findings and the number of repeat findings. These findings address significant instances of control and accounting issues, especially in the area of federal funds. Our reports have also noted significant lost funds to the state, such as unrecovered federal funds and lost investment income. The percentage of repeat audit findings in an audit cycle has continued to steadily increase to 34% in 2025. 10% of audit findings were repeated in 2 or more audits. Most recently, we also reported on the 3rd consecutive unsatisfactory audit report on DHS Social Services Administration. Agency vacancy rates may be contributing to the number of repeat audit findings. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the senator? Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Secretary Weissman online.
Yes, Senator. Can you hear me?
We can, and see you too.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, for the opportunity to testify today. For the record, Jake Weissman, Secretary, Department of Budget and Management. I'm joined today by my colleagues, Joan Peacock from AFCU and Hannah Dyer from the Governor's Legislative Office to answer questions as needed. As I said yesterday, I want to thank the sponsor and the Joint Committee for their partnership on this bill and for the shared commitment to addressing these issues. I'm here to testify today favorable with amendments on Senate Bill 858. And I want to recognize my colleague, Joan, who's sitting there, who I know is familiar to committee members. Joan and her very small team have helped many of our agencies, and we have already requested 2 additional pins in this year's governor's allowance to strengthen that work. I appreciate the sponsor's recognition of the importance of the AFCU and looking to codify their successful approach and expand the amount of positions in the unit to ensure the work the committee is looking for can be fully accomplished. While we are working through specific amendments with the sponsor, as the senator mentioned, we have been able to take steps to reach consensus on important issues. As discussed, we appreciate the resolution of separation of powers issues concerning the continued discussions of operational flexibility and finding ways to cut down on the expense of this bill. Adjusting requirements such as mandatory sample testing to allow action as needed recognizes the professional judgment required in audit work and helps ensure resources are directed where risk is greatest. Similarly, removing of specialized teams is a recognition of the work the AFCU already performs and avoids any unnecessary waste. The replacement of the proposed public dashboard with a coordinated reporting approach involving the Joint Committee, OLA, and DBM is another example of productive collaboration. Transparency remains a shared priority, and I appreciate the discussions on the approach of using biannual reports as well as action plans to be reported to AFCU in replacement of the proposed dashboard. This revised approach better balances transparency with data accuracy, federal compliance considerations, and practical implementation realities. Again, thank you to the sponsor for working with us on this, and we look forward to working with you for passage of this legislation.
Great, thank you. Any questions for Secretary Weissman? Okay, thank you very much. I think we have one more witness who is virtual. They're not here. They're not here. Nope. So that concludes the hearing on the bill. Thank you all very, very much. Mr. Hayes, you're on.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Awesome.
You walk in, we put you to work.
Look at that. That's so efficient for budgeting tax. Thank you. Which bill is first? Is it 8?
Which is your bill? Okay, it's 812.
812 is going to be first?
Yeah, and if you got a panel you want to bring up.
Yeah, could I please? I would love to. We have some city folks and some others here. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, members of Budget and Tax Committee. I'm Senator Antonio Hayes, representing the 40th Legislative District. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here this afternoon. Today, I'm presenting Senate Bill 812. This bill modifies the eligibility criteria and calculation formula for Maryland's homeowners property tax credit program. The bill increases the income threshold used to determine eligibility and revises the percentage brackages applied to a homeowner's income when calculating the amount of property tax credit. The goal is to expand access to credit and adjust the formula used to determine tax liability limits for qualifying homeowners. Total real property tax, defined as the product of sum of all property taxes on a dwelling for a taxable year, including the special tax rates multiplied by lesser of $300,000 or assessed value of dwelling reduced by any homestead tax credit. You all have my written testimony, so I won't read to you all of the written testimony we have, but here's why this bill is important. As we begin to turn the curve over years and years of disinvestment caused mainly by, Baltimore City being one of the, although this is a statewide bill, Baltimore City being a result of historic redlining and racism as it relates to housing, there are, a great deal of interest and things are starting to turn the corner. As we turn the corner, there are a lot of seniors, mostly among us, that can possibly benefit from the homeowner's tax credit. And as we've seen displacement happen through gentrification in other cities around the nation, this is another tool to mitigate that displacement, especially as we refer to our legacy of long-term residents. And so I hope that this committee will see fit that this is one of the tools among many to help legacy residents and which are mostly seniors in our community to retain one of the most valuable pieces of things that one can possess here in Maryland, the United States, and that's their home ownership opportunity. And with that, Mr. Vice Chair, I'll turn it over to my panelists, but I would urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 812.
Great, please proceed.
Hello, my name is William Steinwedel. I'm the Deputy Advocacy Director for Homeownership Preservation at the Maryland Legal Aid Bureau, and we testify in strong support of Senate Bill 812 and thank Senator Antonio Hayes for inviting us to testify on this bill and thank the committee for allowing us to testify on this bill. Despite the fact that the property tax credit does help, the current property tax credit does help a great deal of Maryland homeowners, there are still the lowest of low-income homeowners in Maryland, especially in Baltimore County, Montgomery County, and Howard County, that even the maximum amount of credit does not cover all of the property taxes they owe. So the proposal of Senator Hayes to increase the amount of the credit will help substantially to avoid this situation in the future. For example, we once represented a client in Prince George's County that only earned about $2,000 a month. However, and their property taxes were only about $1,000 a year. However, that was much more than they could afford. So they constantly went into tax sale. We had to file a Chapter 13. We tried to get them assistance, homeowners assistance funds, but eventually the house went to foreclosure and it was sold, and there wasn't much that we could do to stop it. So this bill, I think, would go a long way towards fixing this issue. In addition, when the homeowner's property tax credit was originally passed, it was not indexed to inflation. So the current limit on the homeowner's property tax credit is $60,000 per year. That's a sliding scale. So the maximum amount of credit you get is at zero, and the minimum you get is $60,000. Then after $60,000, you don't get any. The current median income in Maryland in 2024 is $109,700, which means that a large majority of low-income and moderate-income families in Maryland would be above the threshold to be eligible for the homeowner's tax credit. So for these reasons, we testify in strong support of Senate Bill 812.
Thank you very much.
Perfect.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. Nina Themlis, Director of Government Relations for Mayor Scott in Baltimore City, here to testify in strong support of Senate Bill 812. As outlined, the bill would increase that income cap from $60,000 to $100,000. I just want to note that this legislation is not an expansion of the credit as much as it is a preservation of intent. The proposed changes reflect the initial intent of the credit by protecting homeowners who are facing affordability challenges. This criteria has not been updated since 2006. Since then, there have been massive shifts in the economy with household incomes, property tax assessments, and housing costs increasing substantially. Over the past 20 years, the median income has increased by 60% across the state, and at the same time, housing costs have increased by 54% across the state. The Baltimore City administration appreciates the fiscal impact that the legislation would have on the state. However, we want to emphasize that the assertion that the $60,000 limit, as is stated in the fiscal note, was not intended to capture middle-income individuals is just inaccurate. A $60,000 income in the early 2000s equates to approximately $100,000 today, which is what are the limits proposed in Senate Bill 812. We estimate in Baltimore City that approximately 23,000 properties and homeowners would be able to become eligible for this tax credit based on the increased cap and the adjustment to the brackets. Additionally, we want to make sure that we're stabilizing families, residents, and neighborhoods. That is a critical goal for the city, and as a point that we've outlined in our 10-year strategic financial plan. We plan to reduce overall effective property tax rates for residents to $1.76 by 2035, and any bit of relief that we're able to achieve, such as through Senate Bill 812, will help us to get there. So for those reasons, we would respect a favorable report on Senate Bill 812. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the senator, the witnesses? Okay, thank you very much. We have some other witnesses, I believe. Is anybody here to testify in this bill? In addition? Please come up. Please.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Melanie Dubois, and I am the Homeownership Program Coordinator at Habitat for Humanity of the Chesapeake. For 45 years, we have built or renovated and sold over 800 homes across Baltimore City and the surrounding counties. Our mission isn't just to put families into homes, but it's to ensure they can stay in them. We serve low to moderate income individuals and families by providing 0% interest mortgages that are capped at 30% of a buyer's income to prioritize affordability. Yet, even with that support, rising property tax assessments and general costs of living are threatening the stability of our homeowners. The Maryland Homeowners Property Tax Credit is the most effective tool that our homeowners have to keep their mortgages affordable over time. Our team works personally with every Habitat family to ensure that they apply and continue to apply every year. For eligible homeowners, this credit means hundreds of dollars in property tax relief every year. And these savings do more than just help families cover the rising cost of daily essentials, but they provide the breathing room that's needed to build for the future, whether that means investing in a child's education, saving for retirement, or putting those dollars back into our local economy. As others have said today, the current income eligibility hasn't been updated since 2006. And while costs across the board have increased, the threshold for assistance has stagnated. Senate Bill 812 responsibly updates this limit to $100,000, bringing the program in line with the economic reality that our families face today. Prioritizing and preserving homeownership builds intergenerational wealth and stabilizes our Maryland neighborhoods. This bill aligns perfectly with those goals and is why Habitat for Humanity of the Chesapeake respectfully urges a favorable report on Senate Bill 812. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, Councilwoman.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Odette Ramos. I am the City Councilwoman for Baltimore City's 14th District. It's great to be here with you all, and thanks for all you do. I'm asking for your favorable report of this bill. As you know, and you probably heard from the mayor's office, Baltimore and the senator, Baltimore City is going through a resurgence. We are doing an amazing job working hard to reinvest in our communities and rehab our vacant properties so that more families will have a decent place to live and a great place to live and great neighborhoods. And what that means, but we want to make sure that our legacy residents and our low-income residents who are homeowners can stay in their homes. And so what this credit does is allow for them to do that, because then it does help them pay a lower amount of taxes, of property taxes, in order for them to stay in their homes. So we have true intentional mixed income communities in our city. And so we're really excited about the opportunity to be able to change the income level, because $60,000, there are just so many more people that could benefit from this credit and stay in their neighborhoods if we're able to get that up to that $100,000 and be able to make sure that we, again, have those mixed income communities we can all be proud of. So I ask for your favorable report, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for the witnesses? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Oh, there was a question. I'm sorry. Senator Lewis Young, I didn't see you.
Thank you. Actually, I wanted to ask the first panel this question, but I guess you'll get it. So have you all considered the assessed value of the home as well as income criteria?
Yes, and also the net worth piece of the bill as well. And I think that we would definitely be open to those discussions so that we can look at making sure that everybody who should be able to qualify qualifies.
Thank you.
I should speak for myself. I would be willing to do that. I can't speak for the mayor's office, but I think it makes sense.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think that concludes the hearing. Senator Hayes, you're up again.
Indeed. All right. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of Budget and Tax Committee, Senator Antonio Hayes, representing the 40th Legislative District of Baltimore City. I'm honored to be here to present to you Senate Bill 818. Before I begin, Mr. Vice Chair, I do want to acknowledge the presence He did not get a chance to sign up, but he's here in support of this legislation. But very distinguished member of the community has joined us this afternoon. We're joined by the Honorable Kevin Barney Jr., the Most Worshipful Grand Master of the Most Worshipful Prince Hall Grand, Large, Free and Accepted Masons of Maryland and its jurisdictions incorporated, who's joined us this afternoon. I'm also joined by one of my constituents, who you will hear from shortly, Mr. Lee Tawney, the president of the Bolton Hill Community Association. This is a very, very important bill to myself and the constituents that I represent. The State Center Complex, which is about 28 acres of land in the heart of Baltimore City, that is adjacent to one of our metro stations, as well as it's right adjacent to probably one of the most significant and largest public housing projects in the city of Baltimore. It's also in close proximity to both the University of Baltimore as well as the University of Maryland Medical System Midtown campus. And so as you all may recall, in most recent years, many of the more than 3,000 state employees that work as a part of the State Center Complex have been relocating from the State Center Complex down into the Central Business District. That relocation has caused somewhat of a hole in the middle of the city. And so we have been working closely with the administration to make sure as these state employees and these state agencies relocate out of the center, that we have a plan in place. Hence Senate Bill 818 that's before you today. It essentially creates the State Center Advisory Group as a body governed by the state or its reporting agency to provide community input and oversight related to the development of State Center project. We hope that one day these now almost completely vacant buildings will one day be the home of a very thriving city core. And so this bill is simply, the bill requires the state or its reporting agencies to convene the State Center Advisory Group to provide community input on the development of State Center, leverage benefits from the development for surrounding neighborhoods and residents, facilitate transparency and information sharing between the developer, the state, and the community. The advisory group consist of both community leaders of historic community associations, as well as some of the anchor institutions that I mentioned before. And the advisory group will serve as a governing body, which will elect leadership. But it's really, really important as we have a piece of development that's so significant, not just to Baltimore, but to the state of Maryland, that we have the true input and engagement of the communities and the stakeholders around it. And so as the state began to contemplate, and we've had some great first conversations with the Department of General Services, who's been working in partnership with Maryland Department, Medco, to make it short, as well as MDOT. So the three organizations, DGS, MDOT, and Medco, have been working in close proximity with other city and state agencies to come up with a plan. This is an opportunity to really engage and to solicit the community input. This bill repeals a piece of legislation that was successfully passed by the General Assembly, I believe, back in 2017, and makes some updates to that legislation and providing for the community input. And so we look forward to your full support. And so with that, Mr. Vice Chair, I urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 818.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair and members of the committee. My name is Lee Tawney. I'm the president of the Bolton Hill Community Association. State Center was built after I was born. I've been a resident of Bolton Hill for 45 years. The Bolton Hill Community Association enthusiastically supports Senate Bill 818. Bolton Hill is a strong, diverse neighborhood of 5,000 people immediately north of State Center, and it is vital to us that State Center becomes a vibrant, good neighbor. State Center is more than a big site with some big buildings. It's a major transit hub and is the environment for some of Maryland's premier cultural and educational institutions, as the Senator has indicated, including MICA, the Baltimore Symphony Arena Theater, and UB Blake Center. State Center today is the barrier that divides our neighborhood, as well as Madison Park and Marble Hill, from Mount Vernon and from downtown Baltimore. We are keen to work with the state to turn State Center from a barrier into a bridge. Whatever happens on the State Center site, whether people live there, work there, shop there, or all of the above, it needs to be a safe and pleasant place to be and walk. As we proceed, we hope everybody will be mindful of the people living in McCullough Homes, which the Senator referred to, the Cecil Apartments, and Bolton House. We have an opportunity to reunite our neighborhood and all sides of the neighborhood, and you can count on Bolton Hill Community Association to work with the state and our neighbors towards that goal. Please help us build the bridge by supporting Senate Bill 818, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, one of the things I failed to do, and I should have stuck to my written remarks, but I feel so passionate about it, I felt I didn't have to, but we have been working on some amendments with the various reporting agencies. We haven't come to a conclusion on all what they will be, but we will be happy to work with committee staff and iron them out. Some of them are very technical, like we made a mistake of having enumerated the Mount Royal Improvement Association, which no longer exists. It's now the Bolton Hill Community Association, which those amendments we will update it and work with committee staff to do so.
Great, thank you. Sir?
Good afternoon, Vice Chair. I represent the most worshipful Prince Hall Grand Lodge of the state of Maryland, and we've been in the Bolton Hill Community Association for about 150 years this year, and we thoroughly support this bill that's being enacted for the State Center. We want to do everything we can to uplift our community, which is desperately needed within the Baltimore metro area. So again, in regards to the most worshipful Prince Hall Grand Lodge, we're in thoroughly support of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from members of the committee? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Concludes the hearing on Senate Bill 818. The next bill, Senator Hershey, is he here? And here he is. Do you have some panel to come up with you? This is Senate Bill 833. This looks like a fee bill.
No, sir. A reuse of fees, but thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, Senator Steve Hershey to present Senate Bill 833, which is a local bill to provide Queen Anne's County the flexibility to use the impact fees they have already collected to fund a replacement school. Currently, impact fees are a one-time fee collected when a new home is built and used for new school construction that expands the school system. The current need in Queen Anne's County is to replace a middle school that was built in the 1970s. The school needs to be replaced to meet certain current educational standards, enhance safety and security, and improve technology for students. This bill will allow the impact fee dollars to help pay for that replacement school. This bill was requested by our county commissioners and is supported by our Board of Education as well as the county delegation. I urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 833.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. For the record, Jack Wilson, Vice President, Queen Anne's County Commissioners. I'm here. The Senator did a great job of laying out everything I was going to say, so I'm not going to take a whole lot of your time. But as we navigate some of our county budgets, we find flexibility is the word of the day in terms of what we can and can't do with funding. And I believe this bill really closes the loophole on what this money has been sitting there to do. I've been very fortunate as a commissioner in Queen Anne's County. We have not built or had to build a new school for population increase in the 12 years I've been here, but we do have the need to replace schools that are starting to age out. So this will go a long way to helping us do that in a timely fashion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I'm Steve Cahoon. I'm a facilities planner with Queen Anne's County. We fully support this bill, and the record reflects a letter from the county commissioners and the Board of Education, where both boards unanimously support this bill, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Is Matthew Dreyer here?
No, he was not here for a meeting.
Yeah.
I understand. Are there questions from members of the committee? Not to tilt this game here, but it sounds like a great bill.
Thank you very much.
So thanks for getting in. That concludes the hearing on
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Senate Bill 833. Okay. Okay. We're waiting for Senator King's staff, what I'm told.
I'm right here.
Oh, you're right there. I'm sorry.
There she is.
Please join us.
Mr.
This
Vice
is-
Chair, I'll bring the rest of the panel up. Is that okay?
Yep. Oh, have your channel come up out here. This
Thank
is Senate Bill 644.
Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, Patty Horton for Senator King. As part of the 2025 BERFA, sales and use tax was extended to include certain digital and IT services. To address concerns raised by companies with locations both in and out of Maryland, the BERFA included provisions for multiple points of use certificates. As a result, significant amounts of time and resources are being expended by companies with locations in and out of Maryland as they comply with requirements to seek prior approval from the Comptroller's Office to utilize the MPU certificate and provide vendors with an MPU certificate prior to each and every transaction, including renewals. Senate Bill 644 establishes a streamlined process which will alleviate compliance burdens for Maryland's businesses while maintaining appropriate safeguards. By streamlining the MPU certificate process, this legislation promotes economic competitiveness with our neighboring states while maintaining appropriate safeguards. The change will encourage technology, software, and service companies to invest, operate, and expand in Maryland. Senate Bill 644 simply promotes accurate reporting by streamlining the MPU process, clarifies who is responsible for reporting and remitting the sales and use tax, and maintains revenue integrity. And so on behalf of Senator King, I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 644.
Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. Grayson Wiggins here on behalf of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce. I want to thank Senator King for sponsoring the bill. Thank Patty for an excellent presentation there. And we're here in full support of this administrative change. Also just want to note that we have been working diligently with the Comptroller's Office, who has some amendments. I think we're very close to working that out. So thank you to their office for working with us. You're going to hear from some of our wonderful members at the Chamber of Commerce who are headquartered here in Maryland. And I just want to reiterate that we are in full support of the administrative change that this bill makes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. Travis Cutler with Marriott International, company proudly headquartered here in Maryland since 1955. We're here in support of this bill as a global company that operates over 140 countries. The MPU process is something that we have utilized over the past year. We have roughly 4,500 folks working at our global headquarters in Bethesda, but that represents a pretty small fraction of our global workforce, which exceeds 400,000 folks. So needless to say, a lot of the purchases that we make for services that are used on an enterprise-wide scale are for use by our network outside the state. I do want to thank the Comptroller's Office as well as Grayson did. We've had a lot of dialogue with them over the past year as they stood up the existing framework. We appreciate the partnership there. Having said that, we do think there's some room for process improvements that we can make, and this bill represents those improvements. So with that, we would encourage a favorable report and appreciate the time to speak here this afternoon.
Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair, committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Lauren Pearl. I'm the Vice President of Tax for Under Armour. I'm here to speak in favor of this tax administration bill. This bill will save hundreds of hours of administrative time for my company and other Maryland companies by allowing us to directly issue blanket multiple points of use certificates to vendors we are purchasing IT software and services from. As these IT software and services are used by our entire global company, not just by our employees in Maryland. Under current law, Maryland requires that buyers obtain approval from the Comptroller's office for each purchase of services or software and each change order or amendment. The approval process at this transaction level is very burdensome. Maryland already allows blankets for resale certificates, which vendors are used to receiving, and they are requesting blankets already. Despite this not being allowed for MPUs under current law. This bill also removes the requirement for the estimated Maryland use percentages from the certificate. The percentage on this certificate is very confusing to vendors. When we provide an MPU to a vendor, the current law exempts them from collecting any tax on the transaction. It shifts the burden to us as the buyer. But this presence of this estimated percentage is one very hard to determine very quickly at the time of purchase, and also confuses buyers. So this amendment would also remove that from the certificate to make it easier also for the vendors. This bill will remove a lot of administrative work and confusion to vendors. This bill does not change the tax base, rates, or create any new exemptions. It simply simplifies the administration of the law. I therefore respectfully urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, distinguished members of the committee, my name is Paul Nolan. I'm Vice President of Tax, Government Affairs, and Strategic Real Estate at McCormick & Company, Inc. We've been here 140 years, a little longer than the Marriott. We have slightly smaller headquarters employees, about 1,000 in Maryland, but we are a global company as well. We're here to support Senator King and Patty's proposal with respect to refining the sales and use tax. There's really nothing I can add in terms of the merits and the substance of it. I think that my colleagues from Under Armour and Marriott and the Chamber have done a great job on this. I will observe this has been a great opportunity for collaboration with the Comptroller as soon as the law was passed last year to work with us on ways to refine and improve the collection of the tax, and that this is really the fruit of that work. And so I want to thank the Comptroller staff as well. So with that, I would just say we are here to, as full-throatedly as we can, support any proposal, and we hope for a favorable readout.
Yep. Take over.
Is everybody finished?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Very good.
I think we're good.
Okay. Very good. I'm sorry, any questions for this group at all? Great. Thank you. All right, so we've got Bruce Bariano and, where do you see that?
Matthew.
Oh, Matthew.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Matt Dudzik here on behalf of the Comptroller of Maryland, testifying in support of Senate Bill 644 with amendments. You have my written testimony, which has the amendments that we've been proposing, so I'll try to keep it brief. But I do really want to thank the Chamber, everybody who is at the table here. We have been working with them very closely on this issue. We've had a lot of really great discussions that date back to when this MPU process was first being implemented, when we had to stand it up under a very accelerated time frame, and it's been continuing as we discuss this bill. Again, I would echo what Grayson said. I think we're very close as far as these amendments go. Just as a bit of a background, if you were a business headquartered in Maryland and you purchase a taxable good or service that you are using both here and in other states, without this MPU process, you would be required to pay sales tax on that transaction and then pay use tax for your use in other states, and then come back to our office and request a reimbursement based on the use tax that you paid to other states. It is a very complex process, and MPUs make this much simpler, not only for the businesses that you've heard from today, but also for the Comptroller's office, because we're no longer having to process these individual reimbursements. That said, They are very new for us. This is something that we just started in July of this past year, so these have been running for under a year. We've worked very closely with the business community to come up with a process that reduces those burdens without creating issues for vendors or opening the door for fraud, and we feel that this bill is the next step in that process. It lets us further refine how we issue MPU certificates so that these large companies that are making hundreds of covered purchases don't have to obtain a new certificate for every transaction. Our proposed amendments still allow for blanket certificates, but they also let us retain some visibility into the transactions and provide some important certainty for the vendors who are being asked to accept these certificates. Again, want to thank the bill sponsor, the chamber, all of the businesses that have helped us get to this point. We urge a favorable report.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
We've got a question or two. Why do you need the legislation? Exactly. Why can't you do that on your own authority?
So we have been, there's a couple of reasons. There's some fundamental changes to how this process would need to work in order to move forward with the direction that we want. So our proposal would actually create an authorization process where for 2 years you're authorized to issue these blanket certificates. To stand up that process, we would need a legislative change. So again, we have the ability to issue these multiple points of use certificates currently, but we would like to expand that to create a framework where we can have these still have businesses register with us so that we know who is issuing these certificates, but we can track that, but allow them to offer blanket certificates that don't have to be separate for each transaction.
But before this law was passed and before you did this system, you were doing this with other taxpayers?
No, prior to multiple points of use certificates did not exist prior to.
That's one of my questions. If you created them last year, you created them under your own authority.
These were created. These were established in the BERFA, and they were very. This was a very last minute.
So it was in last year's BERFA.
Yes,
that's where we gave you the authority.
That is correct. Yes.
Okay, I missed that. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, any other questions? All right, thank you very much. I saw that Mr. Bariano must be in other testimony, but I did see somebody from Choice if they have anything to say. No? Okay. All right. We are Senator Folden?
Senator McKay's here, Mr. Chair.
I was going to say, we passed your bill already.
I've already got one. I'm going to walk out right now.
Yeah, I was going to say, you might want to stop while you're ahead. Don't come in pushing a bill that isn't on the list. Wow. Yes, Senator McKay. Come on up. 690. Anybody who you got going?
All hands on deck since we had Folden kicked out. I didn't say it was good or bad.
Okay, Senator, roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to present Senate Bill 690. Ladies and gentlemen, May 13th, 2025, there was a significant flood in the Georges Creek Valley of Allegheny County. I've distributed to you all the Georges Creek Task Force Action Report that actually had some budget language that we wanted to address. That's not this bill, but it's part of that story. If I may, some background on the Maryland State Disaster Recovery Fund. Now, under legislation that was passed in 2023, including Senate Bill 650, Maryland established the State Disaster Recovery Fund, and it filled the critical gaps in disaster assistance when federal aid is unavailable, delayed, or insufficient. Now, the fund does operate and is administered through the Maryland Emergency Management Agency. The fund was created to provide disaster recovery assistance to individuals, families, and when federal aid was absent or insufficient. It supported also local governments in repairing and replacing damaged public facilities, when no federal disaster declaration is issued. It would offer low interest and no interest loans to businesses and nonprofits for the recovery, and it addressed some of the unmet needs for federal disaster aid as it is denied when or falls short. And it served as a state match for certain federal aid programs. In short, the fund functioned as Maryland's safety net when federal assistance under such programs as FEMA does not materialize. Now, in FY25, the state budget, the General Assembly allocated $2 million in general funds to seed the fund and to establish the State Disaster Recovery Division within MDM. The legislative analysis envisioned a growing fund towards $20 million baseline balance over time. Unfortunately, in June of 2025, it was used for the first time. In a severe flooding in Allegheny County, the state activated the fund for the first time, and I thank the governor for his leadership and his ability to help us in Western Maryland. They approved $439,000 awarded to individuals, households, and local government, and this activation occurred after the federal assistance was unavailable or denied. It certainly demonstrated exactly why the fund exists. It's the backstop when federal help does not arrive. Senate Bill 690. So the purpose of this bill is to redirect a portion of the premium tax revenue from property and casualty insurances to provide stable, reoccurring funding sources for the fund. The new section added in the insurance article 6-103.3 is an annual allocation beginning July 1st, 2026, $5 million annually from the premium tax revenue and distributed directly to the fund. You know, the rationale of this bill is simple. Maryland faces increased risk from severe flooding, hurricanes, tropical storms, extreme weather events. And this dedicated funding stream ensures that rapid response and recovery without waiting for federal determination. This year, we are really trying to be fiscal responsible. Senate Bill 690 is no new taxes, no new fees. It's just utilizing existing premium tax revenues. I believe this is a funding stability that provides a predictable, recurring funding and reduces the reliance on emergency supplemental appropriations. It builds long-term resilience. At the end of the day, this will strengthen Maryland's ability to respond immediately to emergencies. Faster recovery means we're protecting the communities. We're reducing displacement, stabilizing families, and protecting vulnerable populations. You know, investing in preparedness reduces the long-term disaster recovery costs and minimizes economic disruption. And therefore, Senate Bill 690 strengthens Maryland's commitment to protecting its residents by ensuring that the State Disaster Recovery Fund has a stable, dedicated funding source. When federal aid falls short, Maryland must be ready and be able to stand on its own. Senate Bill 690 does that exact same thing. You will notice in your laptops, we have sent you a picture of the town of Westernport during the flood. Also, you'll see in opposition, there are two. One is from budget tax. Unfortunately, that opposition is for House Bill 609, not my bill. So whew, we got off of that one. Second of all, the MIC is in opposition to the bill, and they do acknowledge that such a relief is needed from time to time. However, they just didn't think that this was the right mechanism for it. I have prepared an amendment to maybe do a sunset to allow, after 4 years of this coming from this premium tax, to be able to coincide with the legislative analysts back in 2023 when they created this fund, to get the fund to be at $20 million baseline balance. With that, I'd like to turn it over to my panel, if that is within the correct process of your committee, Mr. Chair.
Greetings, Budget and Taxation Committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on Senate Bill 690. My name is Preeti Emmerich, Local Emergency Manager from Anne Arundel County and MACO EM Affiliate President. A lot has been said about the State Disaster Recovery Fund, so I won't repeat the excellent history that Senator McKay gave. I do want to emphasize, yes, it was created in 2023 because we knew there was a need even then. When federal aid was not approved or not able to be obtained, it is difficult that this legislation was needed. Last year, Western Maryland suffered significant flooding with damages reaching an estimated $33.7 million. That's almost 3 times Maryland's state threshold for federal assistance. Disaster funding was denied and deemed not warranted by FEMA. With traditional disaster funding sources unavailable, the SDRF played a critical role in ensuring Marylanders got the help they needed and deserved. The most recent flooding and other nationwide cases shows that help is not coming. Sustained and effective funding of the SDRF is crucial in keeping Maryland prepared for all disasters. Effective disaster response funding is directly linked to a community's ability to recover quickly and effectively from disasters. The SDRF lacks a dedicated funding source and is funded only on an ad hoc basis. Forcing disaster funding to be reactionary delays key timely funding to Marylanders in need. The establishment of a dedicated funding mechanism for the SDRF is paramount to keep Maryland prepared before, during, and after disaster. Ensuring timely recovery assistance reduces administrative delays and strengthens the overall resilience of communities statewide. The next disaster is coming, the funding is not. Thus, I ask this committee to give Senate Bill 690 a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Kevin Canale here on behalf of the Maryland Association of Counties in strong support of the bill. You do have my written testimony. The panel has already done a great job. I'll just say that when this fund was created back in 2023, some of you may remember we had a tornado in Annapolis. It seems like forever ago now, but it caused some damage on West Street and it was a real deal. And what we learned was that there wasn't money that we could get out the door quickly for what you could consider a micro disaster, right? Something that didn't qualify for federal disaster relief, but we knew that there was a gap there and that we needed to get money out the door quickly. That was the purpose of the fund. Now we know that, even if we do meet the thresholds, the federal government is likely not coming. So that obviously creates a lot of problems locally for our emergency managers who are fastidious planners. They're very good at this work. They do it every day, and they're very, very concerned. So we take this very seriously. If it's not this bill, we do need to make sure that we're doing something to make sure that we have money in this very good fund that was created by the legislature to get money out the door to help people quickly. Because again, the federal government has demonstrated they might not be in the business of disaster recovery anymore. They might be doing other things. So we really rely on the state to help us here. We're doing everything we can. I think you're going to hear that in a minute. But we really could use some state assistance here, and it's really important. So we'd ask for a favorable report.
Jason Bennett, Allegheny County Administrator. Thank you, members of the committee. I'm back again. Well, I'll get some time back now, so it's okay. I'll just echo some of what they said and talk about some of what the county did with these funds as they came into us. We had, as they mentioned, $33+ million in damage up there. We put these SDRF dollars directly to our residents. So more than 300 homes got muckouts, got new furnaces, got new appliances and utilities within their homes from these funds. We made sure they went directly to residents. So we would just advocate that we hope we can get these funds in place for the next Marylanders that have this happen, so they don't have to wait for the funds to arrive like we have for the FEMA funds. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members, and to my Senator Louis Young. My name is Wayne Creddick, a 25-year elected Maryland municipal official serving in the government closest to the people. I am here today specifically as co-chair of Maryland's State Disaster Recovery Fund Advisory Committee to express my strong support for Senate Bill 690, requiring that $5 million of property and casualty insurance premium tax proceeds be distributed annually to the State Disaster Recovery Fund, and to urge you to vote in favor of this critical legislation. As disasters become more expensive, frequent, and severe, states are under increasing pressure from federal policymakers who are seeking to manage their own rising costs to invest more in emergency management capabilities, fiscal reserves, recovery programs, and cost-saving mitigation activities. These ongoing state and federal policy discussions have intensified the need for policymakers at both levels to understand the budgetary tools that states rely on to make sure sufficient funds are available when it matters most for communities. This bill will offer an additional practical, forward-thinking solution. I thank you for your time, attention, and consideration.
Thank you. Questions for this panel? Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
674. I didn't miss anybody on that last one, did I? Okay. Senator Washington, you got quite a lineup in here this year.
That's because I love you, man.
Yeah, it's been here a lot, yeah.
Good man, dog. Good
Yeah,
man.
that's all right.
All right, I'm
I
gonna
know
be quick.
people like to get in here one way or the other.
You know, everybody's trying to be like Corey McCray, you know? Thank you, Mr. Chairman,
You
members
have
of
a
the...
panel, you want to bring them up?
Yes, please. Yes, please. I thought I was the only one. I was confused. This was about to be a 30-second presentation.
I got 12 witnesses, I think, for this. So.
Okay, perfect.
Well,
Oh, sorry. No
not
problem,
so
no problem.
perfect.
That's what to say, man. 15 seconds. This is the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to speak on Senate Bill 674. For the record, my name is Alonzo Washington, state senator representing the greatest county in the state of Maryland and in the country, Prince George's County. This bill is an essential step to establishing the Regional Transportation Authority, which will create a vital framework for generating new supplemental local option funding to address Maryland's transportation trust fund shortages and over-reliance on a motor fuel tax. This bill will establish 3 regional authorities that will provide a new source of revenue to fund regional transportation project priorities once they are vetted and ranked by regional planners. These transportation authorities in Baltimore, Capital, and Southern Maryland regions will be composed of an executive director, appointed local leaders, including county executives, members of the General Assembly, and elected officials from municipalities. The Baltimore region includes Anne Arundel County, Baltimore counties, Howard counties, and Baltimore City. The Capital Region Transportation Authority, which comprises of Frederick, Montgomery, and Prince George's counties. The Southern Maryland Region Transportation Authority, which comprises of Calvert, Charles, and St. Mary's counties. The legislation can platform multimodal transit options to be funded as regional transit authorities address their community needs. The authorities must evaluate regional transportation projects and provide quantitative ratings on congestion reduction at least once every 4 years. Interim progress reports on these projects' evaluations must be posted to the authority's website every 6 months. Starting January 1, 2027, each authority must submit an annual report of its activities to the General Assembly. This bill imposes some different surcharges that I'll allow my colleagues here to express. Let's talk about why this bill is needed. The Maryland Transportation Trust Fund needs a supplemental diverse revenue stream and collective governance boards to address the needs of communities to provide connectivity. This approach moves Maryland beyond the over-reliance of on the motor fuel tax and other limited funding streams to allow expanded investments that would ease commutes and create new jobs for Maryland construction industry. This bill is a game changer for Baltimore area residents still waiting for the funding for the Red Line, for the DC area in their efforts to address congestion, fund the metro, and improve bus rapid transit, or for Southern Maryland residents developing their regional transit plans. The legislation can platform for multimodal transit options to be funded as regional authorities address their community needs. Ensuring aging infrastructure is kept up to date is important to the public safety. Easing congestion saves Marylanders time and gas money. The Transit Caucus here in the General Assembly has identified this bill as addressing the needs of the state and has formally endorsed the legislation. Senate Bill 674 will be sending 30 cents of every dollar to local treasuries to fix local transportation infrastructure, and the other 70 cents to build regional projects they have been waiting for. For these reasons, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 674. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Gazon and members of the committee. My name is Chris Lawson. I recently joined the Maryland Transportation Builders of Materials Association after 31 years with the Federal Highway Administration, where I worked closely with states on federal funding eligibility, project oversight, and competitive grant programs. From a federal perspective, predictability and match capacity matter. Most major federal discretionary programs require a non-federal share or match and reward applicants that demonstrate financial readiness and project delivery capability. SB 674 creates special, non-lapsing regional transportation funds supported by dedicated revenue. It also authorizes the authorities to issue bonds backed by that revenue. That structure strengthens a region's ability to demonstrate committed local match and long-term financial capacity. For decades, the Transportation Trust Fund relied on the gas tax as its bedrock. In 2026, for the first time, the gas tax is no longer the largest source of revenue in the Transportation Trust Fund. Vehicles are more fuel efficient, electric vehicles are increasing, the traditional revenue base is shrinking. Maryland must plan for that reality. The bill also allows the authorities to apply for and negotiate federal grants in coordination with the department. From my FHWA experience, applications that show regional alignment, stable revenue, and clear prioritization score stronger and competitive processes. Federal partners look for disciplined planning, defined governance, and demonstrated funding stability. SB 674 provides those elements. In short, this framework improves Maryland's competitiveness for federal transportation investment and positions our regions to secure a larger share of available funds. With this, we respectfully ask for your support for SB 674.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Kevin Thatcher with Gray & Son. We are a 118-year-old family-owned highway general contractor based in Timonium, and our employees live and work in the Baltimore region. When we talk about transportation funding, we are talking about people, the people who sit in traffic trying to get home, the workers who depend on a steady job, the small businesses waiting on deliveries, the families who want safe, reliable roads and transit. Senate Bill 674 creates dedicated regional transportation funds, including the Baltimore Region Transportation Fund. Revenue from a modest regional sales surcharge, along with hotel and transfer surcharges, stays in the region. 70% supports the regional fund. 30% supports county and municipal transportation needs. From our perspective, predictability matters. When funding is stable and can support bonding, we plan for multi-year programs instead of one-year uncertainty. That means projects move on schedule instead of starting and stopping. Stable, predictable funding does more than move projects. It allows us to hire and retain more Marylanders. When we seek When we can see work coming over multiple years, we invest in our people. We bring on apprentices. We promote from within. We expand our crews. This bill gives companies like Gray & Son the confidence to grow our workforce here at home and keep transportation dollars supporting Maryland families. We ask that you support SB 674.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Jason Stanford. I'm the president of the Northern Virginia Transportation Alliance. We are a partnership of citizens and businesses from across the DC region, including the great state of Maryland and Montgomery County and Prince George's County. I'm here to share our strong support for this legislation today. Part of that reason I'm here today is because we have a very similar transportation authority in Northern Virginia. And it's been a real game changer for our region. It's been essential to getting hundreds of transportation projects moving that have been stalled. It allows our region to leverage billions of dollars in additional local, state, and federal matching funds. We are investing in things like the Virginia Railway Express, rail projects, a BRT network, bike and pedestrian upgrades, new metro stations, and strategic roadway improvements. Unlike what we have planning at the MPO, those plans are fiscally constrained. These new unconstrained plans allow the RTAs to be really visionary and forward-thinking. Projects are still evaluated, but the focus is placed on how many people are moved and per dollar that's being invested. Local decisions speed up the process and ensures that 100% of the transportation dollars that are raised in your locality are invested in that locality and region. RTAs have been a win for local and state DOTs in Virginia, and it has not hampered any kind of coordination. And that's because the return on investment for not just the local region, but the state has been tremendous. $1 invested in Northern Virginia has resulted in $1.75 to the rest of Northern Virginia and $1.61 back to the state. So even though the money is raised and spent regionally, it returns significant economic benefit to the entire state. Expanding the capacity of our transportation system supports the economic growth and movement of more people and goods in some of our most congested corridors. So we hope you will support this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chair Gazzoni and members of the committee. My name is Mike Higgins, and I'm here to testify in support of SB 674 Regional Transportation Authorities. I represent Concrete General, Gaithersburg-based heavy highway contractor that builds state and local transportation projects throughout Maryland. In my previous employment, my company was a recipient of funding through the Northern Virginia Transportation Authority, one of Virginia's RTAs. I saw firsthand how dedicated regional funding, paired with clear scoring and accountability, accelerated project delivery and strengthened long-term planning. Projects moved from concept to construction with greater certainty because the funding source was stable and transparent. SB 674 brings that same structure to Maryland. It requires each authority to prepare a regional transportation plan and evaluate projects using objective, quantitative ratings focused on congestion reduction and regional mobility. And it requires public reporting at least every 4 years with interim updates every 6 months. That transparency creates discipline and allows industry, local governments, and communities to plan ahead. The requirement that at least 30% of regional funds support transit projects ensures balance across modes and reflects how people travel in our regions. Predictable funding and transparent prioritization improves delivery, reduces delay, and provides better value to taxpayers. I appreciate your time today and your favorable report on SB 674.
Thank you. Questions for this panel here? I find this an interesting moment. Yes, go ahead, Senator Hill.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, how does this work with our current system? I understand that you include a funding mechanism in here, and I understand the regional nature of it, but how does this overlay with our CTP, for example? Could somebody explain that to me?
Sure. So Chris, did you want to take that one, or do you want me to?
Well, it's designed to supplement the system, not supplant the system. So a regional tax would supplement the state apportionment to help finance.
No, I get that.
Yep.
I get that part. I mean the decision-making and the prioritization. And you talked about, having a clear ranking system based on data, et cetera, prioritization. But so how does that work with the statewide planning system?
Sure, Senator. So I think that these projects are identified locally and regionally. So there is its own kind of planning aspect to it, but it is in coordination with MDOT and their plans as well. So for example, in Virginia, none of the projects that get built are things that are outside of the state's long-range transportation plan. So it's ultimately things that the state has already identified along in coordination with the locals. What would be, what are the priorities for the region? So it's just coordination, it's not, and collaboration in that, but that being able to fund those projects and move up the funding for that more quickly. And so, again, in Virginia, we have Smart Scale and a state funding mechanism that we also have the regionals. They actually coordinate together, and you can use regional money to then also leverage state money as well. So, and then add federal onto that too. So more expensive projects, you're able to get them moving more quickly.
And one last question. That's helpful, thank you. And I'd like to learn more about Virginia. But how many other states have these? I mean, do most other states have regional transportation authorities? Does anybody know? If not, it's fine. I'm just curious.
Yeah, we'll get that back to you.
Illinois, Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, several states have regional transportation authorities.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you.
Any other questions? So, of course, the reason I thought that this was interesting was to have people who don't always have the same thoughts together with roads and transit and spending priorities. But I think I'm going to congratulate you, Senator, for bringing this team to the table. I think this is something we have been somewhat talking about for a couple of years behind the scenes. And it's just, I think it's very interesting. I think we'll spend some time digging into this. You keep bringing in bills that we have to spend time with.
I heard you guys have an opening. I'm joking.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. I have two, I have two people who are favorable online, and if there's anyone else favorable in the audience, you can come up and fill in these seats. And then we'll get to, there are some unfavorables too, so. What's that? Someone, okay, anybody who's favorable in the audience who wants to speak, come on out. And we're going to take the two gentlemen here. Bob Latham. Hello?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Go ahead, sir.
Hi, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for having me today. Appreciate the opportunity to talk about some regional transportation authorities that we have here in Pennsylvania. By full disclosure, I used to work in Maryland and represent the industry down there for a number of years. I'm still an Orioles and Ravens season ticket holder. In any event,
all right, then we're going to pay more attention.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm a Marylander at heart. But in any event, yes, in Pennsylvania we have four major regional transportation authorities. The Southeastern Pennsylvania Transportation Authority, Pittsburgh Regional Transit Authority. We also have this Central Pennsylvania and Allentown region as well. I'm going to focus very briefly on the two larger ones because they service the large metropolitan areas that are very similar to the Baltimore region and the Washington area metropolitan region as well. Those two agencies have a total, the Philadelphia area, or what we call SEPTA, has a total budget of about $2.6 billion for fiscal year 2025, or did. Of that, the capital budget was $924 million. So it moves a lot of projects, a lot of capital projects. SEPTA is responsible for moving several hundred, if not 1 million people a year, mainly in the public transit space. So we're talking mostly about rail, buses, and the like. Pittsburgh Regional Transit is similarly fashioned, not as big. Obviously, Philadelphia, the third one of the larger cities in the country. Pittsburgh, not so much, but also $187 million capital budget there for Pittsburgh Regional Transit. So these authorities are very helpful in terms of managing transportation services and transportation programs throughout the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And we recommend that you approve this legislation.
Thank you very much. And Joseph Santoro.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you, Chairman, committee members. Hopefully you can hear me all right. My name is Joseph Santoro. I'm with the Georgia Transportation Alliance. So I'm actually tuning in today from the Georgia State Capitol as they are in session this year. And so really just wanted to share a little bit on our regional transit providers and our agencies. And then if there's any questions, just really want to say here's the resources y'all kind of move through the process. But just to say that we are affiliate and transportation arm of the Georgia Chamber of Commerce. We work closely with our state DOT, the Georgia Department of Transportation, as well as our state road and tollway authority, as well as the Georgia Ports Authority. And so just wanted to talk a little bit about a bill that was recently passed in 2018, and that's House Bill 930 here in Georgia, which kind of set up our Georgia Regional Transportation Authority, known today as the Atlanta Regional Transit Link Authority, which essentially created a new governance structure for coordinated and integrated transit planning within and around the 13 county metro Atlanta region, which is roughly a little over 5 or so million residents. And really what they're looking at doing is putting together a regional transit plan and outlining new transit funding through local option sales tax, which I know was mentioned today. But prior to that creation, we did have 3 existing regional transit providers, which is MARTA, which is our main metropolitan transit authority that primarily operates heavy rail here in the metro region. Greta, which used to have the ATL authority over transit planning, but also does a lot of development of regional impacts throughout the state, so a lot of mega sites and big developments. And then we have, as I mentioned, the State Road and Tollway Authority, which is really the transportation financing arm, as well as managing our express lane and toll lanes here in the state. So just really quick on the ATL board, it's a 16-member board, 10 members that are selected throughout their districts, 5 members appointed by our governor, lieutenant governor, and commissioner of GDOT also sits on the board. But all to say, just want to say that here's a resources y'all are looking and moving through with this process of where we can provide insights into what worked well here in Georgia and how we can be a resource. So thank you for the opportunity to join you today.
Thank you very much. Questions for our virtual witnesses? Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate you. Mr. Fiore?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Justin Fiore here on behalf of the Maryland Municipal League in support of this bill with amendments. I know your committee is very familiar with local transportation challenges over the years, and we thank you for your support. That said, municipal roads are still underfunded by about $300 million going back to the Great Recession. And if you look at the current funding today, we see about $60 million making its way through highway user revenues back to fund local infrastructure projects. We, through the reporting that's done for highway user revenues, have identified at least another $60 million that's coming out of municipal general funds to support highway user revenue eligible projects, which is to say that even at our high water mark, we are grossly underfunding local infrastructure via the current mechanisms. So we think this is a creative solution, and we would just ask for an amendment to allow other regions to be created should they have the need to pull together and take advantage of this.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Thank you very much. Okay, I have 4 folks signed up in opposition. If they just want to come on up, whoever's in opposition, come on up.
Would you like me to start? Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Amy Rohrer, and I am here on behalf of the Maryland Hotel Lodging Association. We respectfully ask you to oppose this bill unless the proposed 1% Transportation Authority hotel surcharge, which is a new tax on our industry, is removed. We are a demand-sensitive industry in a soft recovery. Room night demand is still below 2019 levels. And in 2025, RevPAR, revenue per available room, declined 1.9% year over year. And in the jurisdictions that are targeted by this bill, that decline was even greater at negative 2.3%. The statewide RevPAR decline translates to almost $86 million in lost hotel revenue and more than $5 million in unrealized state sales tax. Also more than $200 million in lost guest spending in 2025. More than 2/3 of Maryland's hotel rooms are located in the impacted jurisdictions, and those rooms are taxed anywhere from 11% to 18% already. Increasing their tax burden now makes them less competitive at precisely the wrong time. It's also important to note that the state's tourism marketing funding was cut by $3.1 million in fiscal year 26. So the state is simultaneously decreasing demand generation and increasing the cost of travel. We support transportation investment, but funding it by taxing a demand-sensitive industry during a fragile recovery is counterproductive. The fastest way to increase tax revenue is to restore room night volume and expand the base, not raise the rate. I've submitted written testimony with more detail, and am also joined by one of our members here today. So thank you for hearing our testimony.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee, for your time today. My name is Elizabeth Dellins. I'm VP of Operations with Crestline Hotels and Resorts, a third-party management company that manages more than 120 hotels across the country. Specifically, I directly support hotels in the Baltimore, D.C. region. And as Ms. Rohrer said, the bill, the opposition I am here to speak about, is just the 1% hotel surcharge on that. Excuse me, you have my written testimony, so I want to share some facts with you about hotel demand that we've had recently and is projected to continue through about 2030 in this region. The Maryland industry, right, and how fragile we are right now. Regional travel demand is decreasing in this region between Baltimore and DC over a 5-year run by almost 1 point. That means fewer people traveling, fewer rooms occupied. The Washington, D.C. metro area, out of 62 major markets that are measured in my industry, is 62 of 62. Least demand for our area right now. There is no projected demand growth to even host hotel guests in our area. International travel visitation is down 7% year over year, following 2025's decrease of 18%. International guests right now don't want to be in this region, and that's projected to continue for about 2 more years. Maryland is very much disproportionately impacted by demand in DC because our base business is federal government travel demand. That's been restricted since February of 2025. We see nothing on the horizon shifting that. The Maryland counties rely very, very heavily on this per diem business. And a 1% tax on guests, and I understand it's not residents, but hotel guests erodes our affordability advantage. If DC can't capture, and sort of the cities right hugging DC, they will steal it from Maryland. Sorry, thank you for your time.
It's okay. Thank you.
And the rest is in my written testimony.
Very good. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Mark Feinroth from the law firm of Boston & Plout, representing the Maryland Hotel and Lodging Association. And as you've heard from the prior 2 witnesses, this is a very demand-sensitive, price-sensitive market and industry that is very heavily taxed right now. Our guests pay a 6% sales tax, and they pay the local tax that ranges between 5% and 12.5%. So some of our guests are paying a 12.5% fee for the privilege of using our roads and being in our counties and our state and enjoying their tourism or visiting with families. And think about your own personal travel plans and vacation plans with family. You're very, very price sensitive. You can go online and search Expedia or Travelocity or any of a number of different travel sites and very carefully choose the best bargain that fits your personal budget and your personal situation. And that's what's going on in our industry right now. And we compete, of course, with DC and Virginia and Delaware and Pennsylvania. All of those markets also have their own hotel taxes, but they're typically much lower than what our Maryland guests are paying. And that's our concern, really. The Transportation Authority proposal is that 1% surcharge. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Gazzoni and committee. My name is Bill Pugh. I'm the Transportation and Climate Director with the Coalition for Smarter Growth. We advocate for walkable, inclusive, transit-friendly communities as the most sustainable and equitable way for the Washington, D.C. region to grow and provide opportunities for all. We work extensively in Prince George's and Montgomery counties. Note that we're a small nonprofit and don't have a financial stake in this bill. We also work in Virginia, where we've seen a number of concerns with the regional authorities there. So I'm here to speak.
That doesn't seem quite right.
I'll
I think we're a little off
I'll
on
be
that.
quick, not that quick. Here to speak on our concerns, which I've respectfully shared with Senator Washington. And we appreciate the intention behind the bill to address transportation needs in the state. To summarize three of the issues that we've seen in Virginia, one is that the authorities would lock in tax revenue sources that once bonded cannot easily be repurposed by the General Assembly for other needs, be that education, other infrastructure, other statewide transportation. Two, the SB 674 would create long-term maintenance costs that will be passed on to the entire state. There is no requirement to include, much less prioritize, system preservation in the bill. Three, the authorities disregard the role of better land use and cost-effectively meeting travel and infrastructure needs. We believe that local jurisdictions and MDOT have better options for jointly addressing transportation needs. We cannot keep throwing money at the problem and we need to use our taxpayer dollars as judiciously as we can, including prioritizing more efficient patterns of development that reduce infrastructure costs while also improving accessibility of jobs, services, and homes. We respectfully ask for an unfavorable report on the bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Kristen McGee with Maryland Realtors. However, I'm here to you today testifying on behalf of PGCAR, SMAR, GBBR, and GCAR in opposition to Senate Bill 674. We have heard that Virginia could serve as the model for this proposal, but it's important to understand why Virginia's approach worked there and why the circumstances are different here. When Virginia adopted regional transportation funding mechanisms, it followed years of structured collaboration among local governments, business leaders, and the industries directly impacted by the new revenue. At the time, transportation was widely recognized as the #1 issue facing those regions. After sustained frustration that those needs weren't being addressed, the impacted businesses ultimately came together in unanimous support of a self-imposed regional funding solution. That consensus was built over many years and reflected top priority of residents and businesses at the time. Maryland is in a different place today. In our January 2026 statewide poll, only 5% of voters named transportation and infrastructure as the top issue they want the governor and the General Assembly to focus on, while housing affordability, cost of living, and taxes rank significantly higher. When housing costs and tax burdens are top concerns, proposing a new regional transfer tax moves in the opposite direction of what voters are asking policymakers to address. Senate Bill 674 would impose a new transfer tax across 10 jurisdictions, increasing the upfront cost of buying and selling property in some of Maryland's highest housing market costs. In a year when Marylanders have been told there would not be any additional tax increases. We believe this is the wrong bill at the wrong time and respectfully request an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. questions for this panel? Thank you all very much. That concludes the hearing on 674. Let's move to 868.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm going to go ahead and start. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Senator Alonzo Washington here to present on Senate Bill 868. What you're seeing on the screen right now is the depiction of this bill, which is a bill that would that will ensure SHA's pedestrian safety improvements on East-West Highway 410 do not stop at just Queens Chapel Road, but continue down to Route 1 on this road. And right now they have a PSAB, pedestrian safety action plan, for this area. This area includes parts of, it's a mixed area because it includes parts of District 22, which is my district, and parts of District 47, which is Senator Augustine's district. And 2 years ago, Senator Augustine and I, for the record, I organized this, but it was a community walk, and Senator Augustine joined, which I was happy to have him there. And we walked this entire corridor from literally the Prince George's Plaza Mall all the way down to Route 1 with SHA. And that walk, because of the pedestrian safety issues on that road, initiated parts of why we have the PSAP program today in this corridor. Because from Riggs Road to 500 is a high pedestrian safety area. But what SHA is missing, and which we requested 2 years ago when they first brought this issue up, when we first had these conversations or even meeting at some of their charrettes in Hyattsville, we asked them, and I asked them, quite frankly, to extend it asked them why they stop. Why they stop right at Maryland 500 and not extend down to Maryland Route 1. And there was no real answer of why other than funding. And if we're going to do the work, let's do the complete work. Let's ensure this entire corridor is pedestrian safe. And so what we're asking with this piece of legislation is for SHA and MDOT to listen to the people of Prince George's County, listen to the residents of the city of Hyattsville and University Park, of which are both within this target area. On one side is the town of University Park. On the other side, there's the city of Hyattsville, who's here with me today. This area of section of road on this major highway is the only area where on both sides is completely residential, where families with kids have to back out of their driveways onto this major thoroughfare. It's dangerous. A year ago, we conducted another walk because there was a fatality on this road where a young man passed away on their motorcycle just making a U-turn. On that stretch of road where we're asking SHA and MDOT to extend this. And they continue to ignore us even after this fatality happened and said, no, we're not going to extend it still. Instead, they piecemealed it by coming out doing some studies that they have not released to us on this road, and then implemented some mitigating traffic calming devices on this road. However, that's not enough. On both sides, there's sidewalks. On both sides, there's crosswalks of the street. This is a major road. Senator Rosapep knows this road very well. And it's insane of the amount of driving that happens on this road, the pedestrians that come out. We are asking MDOT to listen to the people, listen to the folks that are right on that street where they live and where they work, where they play, where their kids are. I have a family friend that lives right on that road that purchased their home. Their kids were about 3 and 6 at the time. Now, 6 years later, they're almost in high school and middle school. And that road is unsafe for them. And so we're asking, because MDOT and SHA keeps ignoring this great community, that now it's time for the legislature to step up and say, we're going to listen to this community, and we're going to make sure that PSAB is extended from Adelphi Road, Queens Chapel Road, to Route 1, where it should be, because that completes the corridor. It completes the corridor. It's one of the most important areas where you want residents to come out of their home and walk down to Target, walk down to the plaza, walk to the metro station that's there, walk to the nice restaurants that's in that area. They want to walk down to the McDonald's that we could never get rid of in the corner there. You know, they want to come out of their homes, but however, MDOT is preventing us from doing that because they don't want to include this area. So I'm concerned. So I have this piece of legislation in front of us that would extend this, just outright, just extend it. And I feel strongly that we need to. In their letter, I want to bring up their letter that they said, I had a meeting with MDOT and SHA and the Director Pines, I believe is his name. And he mentioned to me, just reading the bill, oh, this is going to cost $5 million. Excuse me, I've been here for a long time. I know that studying this area, looking at this area, putting some crosswalks in is not going to cost $5 million for a quarter of a mile long road. They're throwing out numbers to us. They're putting it in our fiscal notes saying that this is absorbing an amount of money. They're not going to be able to do it. If you pass this bill, it's going to stop the whole project. No, there's phases to projects. We know how projects works here. It's a complete plan from one end of the corridor to from Riggs Road to Route 1. That's the corridor. That's where we're seeing the most growth in our region, in our area. And so I'm asking on behalf of my constituents, on behalf of my community, that we extend this and do what's right by these folks that live in that community, that lives in University Park, that lives in the city of Hyattsville, that works. And I know I didn't bring any data to you, but I'm gonna ask my colleagues here from the city of Hyattsville to speak on that. And both city of Hyattsville and University Park, both have their police departments where they patrol these areas, so they're aware. So I asked the chief if he would come up here. So he spent several hours up here waiting here to speak before you all, because he knows how serious this road is, and he actually took those walks with me. And so I'm asking today that we pass this simple bill that allows this great program that we started over 2 years ago because we wanted to walk this community in and help this community cross safely in this area, that we extended rightfully to Route 1. And for those reasons, I ask for a favorable report on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Who would like to go first?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Jared Towers, and I have the honor of serving as the Chief of Police for the City of Hyattsville, as Senator Washington mentioned, and I'm here in strong support of Senate Bill 868. This bill would expand the State Highway Administration's Pedestrian Safety Action Plan for Maryland Route 410, otherwise known as East-West Highway, to include a critical segment between Queens Chapel Road and Baltimore Avenue. Currently, this stretch of roadway is not included in the existing Pedestrian Safety Action Plan, despite posing significant safety concerns. Lighting in this corridor is extremely poor. Temporary traffic calming measures remain in place without long-term infrastructure improvements. Pedestrians are required to navigate wide travel lanes, inconsistent crossings, and high vehicle speeds while moving between residential neighborhoods, nearby businesses, schools, places of worship, and transit. We owe it to our pedestrians, our bicyclists, and especially our most vulnerable community members, including seniors, children, and individuals with disabilities, to provide a safe means of travel. For many of our residents, walking is not recreational. It is essential. It is how they access the grocery stores, employment, healthcare, and public transportation. Tragically, at least 2 fatalities have already occurred along this section of East-West Highway. Any loss of life underscores what we already know. This corridor requires focused, intentional safety planning. Expanding the Pedestrian Safety Action Plan to include this segment ensures that improvements are data-driven, coordinated, and sustained, not temporary or piecemeal, as the Senator mentioned. Senate Bill 868 is a practical and responsible step towards preventing further tragedies and creating a safer corridor for everyone who uses it, our residents and beyond. For these reasons, I respectfully ask for a favorable report. Thank you for your time and attention and consideration, excuse me.
Good afternoon, esteemed members of the Senate Budget and Taxation Committee. My name is Danny Shibley. I am a Hyattsville Council member, and along with Chief Towers, I will be representing the City of Hyattsville today in support of SB 868, excuse me. East-West Highway bisects Hyattsville and is the anchor for our largest commercial district, Hyattsville Crossing, the location of one of our 2 metro stations, and provides the necessary transportation infrastructure for a high percentage of our new residential development in our growing city. Unfortunately, East-West Highway has a high number of crashes. Based on the available Maryland State Police crash data, in the last 2 years, there have been 2 fatality crashes and 98 injury crashes along the 2.3 miles of East-West Highway included within the Pedestrian Safety Action Plan study area. Of particular concern, the catchment areas for University Park Elementary and Hyattsville Middle Schools cross into neighborhoods on both sides of East-West Highway. For the half-mile stretch between Queens Chapel and Baltimore Avenue, there are currently no safe crossings along this very busy arterial. The proposed expanded study will make a big difference for school kids in this area. These proposed improvements on East-West Highway, including the recommended expanded area between Queens Chapel and Baltimore Avenue, will have a big effect on community well-being and safety. I urge your support on this important initiative. Thank you.
All right, we have a couple people virtually. And you're gonna forgive me, Melissa Shiwiskus? That's not good. Well, whatever, please help me with your name.
Yes, hello, Melissa Schweiskuth. I'm from Hyattsville. So thank you, Chair. Is it Gazzoni? Forgive me. And Rosa Pepe.
No, forgive me
if I mess that up. And the committee, I thank you for your time. And you've had a long day. So just visualize yourself walking down a street, hopefully a non-stress street. Do a little stretching while I'm talking. That's totally fine. I appreciate and echo what the panel has said. I'm a resident of Hyattsville, very familiar with this road. And I just want to very quickly summarize the testimony, the written testimony that I sent to you. Now, as Mr. Shibley said, he noticed that there were 89 accidents and crashes on this. I looked at the Maryland State Police crash database and looked actually for this half-mile segment. In the past 2 years, there was 1 fatality and 19 injury crashes on that half-mile segment. On the current PSAP segment, the 1.8 mile segment, there were 79 injury crashes and 1 fatal crash. If you actually normalize that for a per mile rate, for injury crashes, the segments are relatively close and both are quite high. So you have 38 per mile for the proposed expansion and 44 per mile for the current 1.8 mile segment. So you're looking at those numbers are so close. Why not? Why did we exclude this new segment? Fatal crashes per mile rate is actually higher in the past 2 years because you've got 2 per mile for this new half mile segment plus 0.55 for the existing segment in the last 2 years. So again, these numbers clearly show that the accident, the crash rates, the fatality and injury crashes that we are trying to get to zero with Vision Zero are high in these segments. And as Senator Washington said, really it's budget. It's budget that is preventing this. And we really need to consider what people's lives, what people's livelihoods, their wellness are worth. I understand that, Maryland is going in the right direction. Last year, for the first time in a decade, we had lower than 500 injury and fatal crashes. So please let's go forward and please do a favorable report on this bill. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Catherine Resta.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the committee. You should definitely trust all the data being given to you today by these experts, but I'm here as a parent. I'm calling from about 20 feet away from the stretch of East-West Highway in support of SB 868. Me and my family, we moved here to Hyattsville in 2018. We live half a mile from a brand new library that we're so grateful for. We live about 0.6 miles away from our neighborhood elementary school, and is well within walking and biking distance, along with all of our neighbors south to Queensbury, all going to this elementary school. There is currently no safe way to walk to either of these places. Between Baltimore and Queens Chapel, there are no crosswalks, there are high speeds, and the road design prioritizes cars moving quickly rather than children growing up safely. The current design has led to high-speed traffic coming into our neighborhood. It disconnects us from our neighbors and our classmates across the street, and it de facto continues the redlining policies that have long been made illegal. As a result of the road design, elementary school children, including one of mine starting this fall, actually have to take a bus 0.6 miles at a time when busing resources are stretched to the point of being unreliable. And I have personally seen my neighbors sprinting across these 6 lanes of traffic with small children. This problem is urgent, but it's easy to solve. Our children actually can't wait for yet another traffic study, and it's really only a matter of time before the next fatal accident here destroys another Maryland family. As the current plan ending at Queens Chapel will only make these risks much, much higher for the families along this stretch if this measure isn't adopted. So as a parent, I'm asking you to give a favorable report to Senate Bill 868, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate you taking the time to testify. Any questions? Yes, Senator?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you to the bill sponsor for bringing us. Just a quick question. What the current plan, like I know this is expansion, what's the current plan? I'm assuming runs from
so
500 back to Riggs Road? Is that,
exactly.
So
exactly. So you see 500 there, and then it runs left up into where I think that says Duke Vita Bakery. A little past that area.
Yeah, I just want to clarify what your point over. So they're saying this was going from 500 to basically Route 1.
Where it says Old Town.
$5 million, that's what they're saying?
They said $5 million.
Yeah, that is absurd. Comparative to what the rest of that thing is.
Correct.
Yeah, all right, that's all I want to say. Thank you.
$5 million.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Any other questions for any of these witnesses?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I just want to thank Senator Washington for bringing this forward. I used to represent this area. I've door knocked on that road where there's no sidewalk. So I appreciate the Senator taking the lead on this.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Moving on to Senate Bill 826. Senator Hester.
I do have a panel. Howard County's in the house. How are you? Good. How are you? Good.
I think we're waiting for a chamber person too, right?
Fabulous. Thank you, Chair Gazzoni, Vice Chair Rosapet, members of the committee. For the record, Senator Katie Fry Hester, here to ask for your favorable report on Senate Bill 826, an angel investor tax credit to foster the growth of Maryland's emerging technologies. As you know, the technology sector is integral to our state, contributing approximately $38 billion, nearly 9% of Maryland's overall economy. High-growth startups are among the largest contributors to new net job creation nationally, and particularly in technology and research-intensive industries. Yet, many startups fail, not because their ideas lack promise, but because they run out of capital before they can get to that viability stage, the so-called valley of death. Evidence from other states demonstrate that the angel investor tax credit leverages significant private capital and accelerates company growth. We've dug up legislative evaluations from states like Minnesota and New Jersey, and they have found that for every dollar of state investment in tax credit, it typically attracts between $4 and $9 in private sector investments. And these are the investments that allow these smaller companies to grow, to hire earlier, secure follow-on venture funding, and expand operations locally. And so what Senate Bill 826 does is it offers a targeted income tax credit to individual investors who invest in qualified Maryland companies in emerging technologies. Specifically, the bill creates the tax credit equal to 25% of a qualified investment up to $1 million against state income tax, 2 designates a special continuing non-lapsing credit reserve fund to finance a tax credit. 3, it establishes eligibility criteria for Maryland investors and Maryland companies, clarifying size, revenue, ownership, age, and technology focus. 4th, it tasks the Department of Commerce with implementing an application oversight process. And 5th, it establishes guidelines for recapturing the funds if recipients of the credit do not continue to meet the designated criteria. Colleagues, with our neighboring states, New Jersey and Connecticut, putting in, having this in place, I'm afraid that we could lose promising companies to neighboring states. And so by passing Senate Bill 826, we'll help to ensure that Maryland is not only competitive, but positioned for growth. In your bill file, you have letters of support. The Maryland Chamber is here today, but we also have letters of support from the Montgomery County Chamber of Commerce, the Maryland Tech Council, the Rural Maryland Council, TEDCO, CITEX, and the Cybersecurity Association of the State of Maryland. And with that, I ask for your favorable report, and we'll turn it over to my panel. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and the rest of the committee. My name is Jennifer Jones, and I'm the CEO for the Howard County Economic Development Authority. And I just want to thank Senator Hester for this bill. Under the Howard County Economic Development Authority, we have a Maryland Innovation Center. And there are 100 companies between, I would say, startup to growth stage. And there is a significant capital gap. And so this bill will allow the state of Maryland to be seen as a structured angel investor environment. And would help some of these companies get capital that they desperately need. It also helps with later stage investments because oftentimes later in the capital cycle when you're trying to get venture investment, they look for a sophisticated angel network first to see if there's other people that have invested in a company besides your family and friends. So this bill would definitely help our companies and companies across the state of Maryland fund themselves and be successful. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Grayson Wiggins here on behalf of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce. Candidly, I don't know that I have much to add based on the really good descriptions that were just provided. I would just note that Senator Hester talked about the impact in New Jersey and Minnesota, and my understanding is that every dollar of state tax credit under this type of program in those two states return between $4 and $9 in private investment. So it's a 400 to 900% return on investment there. And just the chamber, from our perspective, we had an influx of new startup companies, tech companies. You've seen us, with them this session, and that group believes this bill is beneficial, and so we are in full support. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you.
Thank you guys very much.
Okay, Senator Hester, you got number 2, which is number 828. Is that right? Yeah, 828.
Thank you very much, Chair Gazzoni, Vice Chair Rosapet, members of the committee. I'm still Senator Katie Fry Hester, and here to ask for your support on Senate Bill 828, the Delinquent Federal Funds Act. Colleagues, this is an unusual bill, but its methods are not unusual. It's a debt collection bill. And I'm here today, I cross-filed it. It's the majority leaders in the House, Delegate Moon's bill. So if you have any super technical questions that the comptroller's office can't answer, we might have to go back to him. But basically, we're in a stage where we have to continually confront what to do when the federal government has decided to ignore court orders. And so the bill in front of you basically says that if we have a delinquent debt, that there's a final court order for the money that has to be released and the federal government is not giving us that money, then the Board of Public Works can meet, they can take a vote, and they can declare that the debt is in fact delinquent and can send it over to the Central Collections Unit. And I'll just give you, a couple of examples of this debt. The first example I have is that in 2021, Congress appropriated $5 billion for the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Formula Program through the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. Maryland was allocated $34.5 million under that program. When funds were halted, Maryland joined a multi-state action challenging the federal government's decision. and a federal court order determined that the U.S. Department of Transportation acted unlawfully in withholding approximately this $1 billion nationwide and ordered the restitution of those funds. While the courts ultimately resolved this matter, the delay itself created uncertainty and impeded implementation. Another example I have is Crisfield, Maryland. The town is owed $36 million in Somerset County for tidal flood protections that were illegal, suspended by the Trump administration and FEMA, and we are still waiting for that money. And then the last example that I have is Hooper's Island. They're looking for $25 million for causeway repairs ripped out from Dorchester County, and there have been court orders for this money to be released.
So,
And-
Senator, I am
Yes.
aware of all those, actually. What leverage is this creating again? Could you go back over that a little bit?
So I'll
and
go
maybe-
back. I'll go back to what the bill does. It's an authorizing bill, right? So it allows the Board of Public Works
Okay.
to meet and by majority vote determine that the federal government is delinquent in the funds owed to the state.
Okay.
Right? Then those delinquent funds are referred to the Central Collection Unit. And then the Central Collection Unit may pursue collection remedies consistent with applicable law. And so there's a bunch of different enabling ways, but I think that the most logical thing, the bill contemplates the possibility of placing liens on federal property located within Maryland. And so that, if the federal government decided to sell something, the state would then have a lien on it. And Delegate Moon had mentioned that the FDA headquarters in his district is one such property. If the federal government decided to sell the FDA headquarters, the state could place a lien on that for these delinquent
Interesting.
federal debts.
Very interesting.
I've got an FCC building in my district.
Yeah, so we all have some. There's a number of other ones. But with that, let me ask for your favorable report and turn it over to the Comptroller's Office for their testimony in support of the bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, once again, Matt Dudzik here on behalf of Comptroller Brooke Learman, who unfortunately could not be here today. Senate Bill 828 is an attempt to answer an uncomfortable question, which is how do we respond if the federal government fails to fulfill its legal obligations and withholds congressionally approved funds, even in violation of a court order? I think that members of this committee are very well acquainted with the importance of federal funds, not just on our economy, but on the well-being of every Marylander. This is not an abstract issue. When the federal government withholds funds that have been promised to our state and that we are counting on to respond to emergencies or to support education, healthcare, and public safety, there are very real consequences. And so just as responsible stewardship of state finances means that we need to ensure that Maryland meets its own obligations, we also need to proactively ensure that we are not left holding the bill when the federal government fails to meet its obligations. SB 828 provides us with a measured process to do exactly that. There are quite a number of checks and balances built into its provisions. So this is only applying if there's a federal court order that has ordered disbursement of funds and the federal government has refused to comply with the order. It requires a formal delinquency determination by the Board of Public Works, which would, of course, require a vote by the governor, the comptroller, and the treasurer. And even then, it must go through the Central Collection Unit, which has its own set of checks and balances to determine if and how those funds are collected. Maryland's fiscal stewards have a duty to our residents to ensure that our state government is in the best possible posture to receive the funds to which we are entitled. And this legislation will help ensure we do just that. On behalf of the on behalf of the comptroller, I urge a favorable report.
Thank you.
Yes, I got a couple of questions. One is, I presume it's the Board of Public Works that would determine whether there'd been a final judicial determination, because there are appeals and all that kind of stuff. So am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, so the way the bill is structured is this would only apply to, so in order for them to determine, to make a formal delinquency determination, there would have to be a federal court order.
Well, no, but there are lots of federal court orders and then they're appealed. That's where I'm going with this.
Certainly.
I mean, we've all seen this stuff about, well, what's the Supreme Court going to do in every case? So my question is, who determines what's the relevant court order? The Board of Public Works?
That would be the Board of Public Works.
Okay, that's question number one. Question number two is, have any other states done anything like this yet?
So there is currently legislation pending in Wisconsin and New York.
Okay, but nobody's done it yet.
Right.
Okay.
But on that note, this is enabling legislation, right? So you
Yeah.
don't have to use it. You can. It's another tool in the toolbox. Should we decide it's necessary?
No, I think it's a great idea. I'm just trying to get the kind of fact. The last question is, are you all aware of any federal withheld funds today in Maryland that, if this law were in effect, would in fact be ripe for the Board of Public Works to use?
I mean, I'd have to go back and triple check, but I think the Crisfield and the Hooper's Island examples are both good ones.
Okay, that's what I want to be. I know
Let me
them that well.
confirm, okay?
Yeah, okay. Thank you. That was it, Mr.
Very good. Senator?
Thank you. That, and I know you don't have the information, that's totally fine. When you get back to check those examples, I'd be interested in examples outside of the last 2 years. If this is focused on just what we would just call it for what it is, the current federal administration, or their obligations are owed by the federal government from 2 years past, like other, going back farther. So I know you don't have the answer now, just when you're going back to look for those examples, I'd be interested in the timeline that we're looking at here exactly. Like how much is owed by the federal government? It could be a list for who knows how long. So, thank you.
Will do.
Okay, anything else? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Senator Kramer.
Oh, Mr. Chair.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow.
Wow.
That's,
wow. He jumped. He jumped. It's not right, but
What's not right?
Sometimes these things happen in government.
Wow. All righty then. Well, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the Budget and Taxation Committee. Ben Kramer here to introduce Senate Bill 882. And I know you all have had a very long day and more bills to come. So I'm pretty much throwing out my prepared comments out the window, and I'm just going to cut right to the point of the bill. Look, colleagues, we have had a very challenging period in trying to recruit teachers in our public schools. And Governor Moore has expressed very serious interest in trying to find teachers in Maryland schools that are reflective of Maryland communities that have actually grown up in Maryland communities and stay here to teach in our Maryland communities. The bill before you would hopefully help do just that. It provides a state income tax credit against qualified student loan debt for teachers who predominantly have graduated from a Maryland high school, attended a Maryland institution of higher education, and are, in fact, employed as teachers in Maryland public schools. The bill does provide for something on a smaller scale for existing teachers who are here to help them as well with their student debt, as well as to try to recruit those who are out of state to fill positions. So the bill provides that the Maryland Higher Education Commission will create regulations to govern how this is done and to oversee it. An individual would submit an application to MHEC showing, here's my student debt. MHEC would determine what they might receive in the way of their credit, and it's administered over 5 years. So they could claim 20% each year of their income tax credit against their student debt, again, spread out over 5 years. This is an incentive for them to stay and teach here in Maryland public schools. The way the bill is drafted is that the total number of credit certificates that could be issued by MHEC is capped at $5 million in any given year. So in other words, for year one, it would be 20% of that amount. So the impact would be $1 million, as you can see in the fiscal and policy note. 70% of the credits would go to teachers who attended Maryland high school, Maryland colleges, and teach in Maryland. The remaining 30% could in fact go to either recruiting out-of-state teachers or to help those teachers who are already teaching and still carrying student debt. You know, we don't know how many teachers may avail themselves of this opportunity. Mr. Chair, if the committee in its wisdom thinks that perhaps the cap of $5 million, I'd be very surprised if we came anywhere near that, is too great. It might be worth starting with something smaller to see whether this is in fact an incentive for our to help improve recruitment and retention of teachers here in the state, again, especially those who are familiar with our communities because they grew up in our communities, and we want them teaching the children in our communities. With that, you got it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Questions for the Senator? Senator Lewis-Young.
How would this work with the Janet Hoffman Loan Assistance Repayment Program? So if a teacher had taken advantage of that, would this tax credit be based on the amount not affected by that repayment? Or could a teacher take this tax credit and then later apply for the Janet Hoffman loan assistance?
So we have a couple of available student loan debt programs in the state. If they have reduced their student loan debt by taking advantage of that program, then whatever remaining debt there is would be eligible under this program. And in fact, I worked with bill drafting very closely to make sure we would not have overlap and double dipping. And the bill was very carefully, I believe, worded to accomplish that, but then it does allow MHEC to establish the final regulations. It also provides that you cannot be pursuing this opportunity at the exact same time pursuing the other program. So we did try to work very carefully through that issue to, as you said, prevent double dipping.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Quick and easy. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, committee. Good to see all of you. Look at these happy faces.
We are happy.
Look at that happy face.
Senator Carrozza.
Look at it. That is just a happy face. Oh, hello.
Hello.
No silliness.
No silliness. No silliness. Mr. Chair and members of the distinguished Senate Budget and Taxation Committee, for the record, Senator Mary Beth Carrozza, representing Maryland's Coast, District 38, Worcester, Wycomico, and Somerset counties. And I'm delighted to present this local bill, Wycomico County Property Tax Credit, Salisbury Neighborhood Housing Services, and ask for a favorable report.
Is this authorizing for them? Is this authorizing for them?
Yes. This local legislation would authorize Wycomico County.
Is it just you? It's just you down there, right?
What's that?
It's just you in Wycomico, right?
No, I split this with Senator Johnny Mounts, and there is a letter of
Got a letter?
delegation. Yes, sir.
Great.
Okay.
That's all we need. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Senator Guile.
I think I could probably be as quick as that, too, then. This is also authorizing local bill for Anne Arundel County. It's would authorize a property tax credit for real property that is located in a specific rural legacy area and for which the property owner has sold the development rights under the rural legacy program. It was filed at the request of Anne Arundel County. The Anne Arundel County delegation's meeting tomorrow morning. This is on the agenda, so as soon as we meet, and I don't anticipate any opposition, we'll get a letter over to the committee.
This is interesting. I've got a question just because I think it's because I know
I have somebody from Anne Arundel County that'll be happy to answer any questions.
I just helped. I helped pass the rural legacy program back in the late '90s.
Wonderful.
So they're already obviously getting a lower assessment because they've given up their development rights. So this is sort of an extra on top of that.
Yeah, I would say that. Anne Arundel
interesting.
County's nodding over here.
It's interesting. I mean, it's interesting. That
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that the tax credit will lower their property tax bills by about an average of $1,300 per year. That's information that I have. There are, the current number of properties with a rural legacy conservation easement is 21, I think, in Anne Arundel County, right? Yeah? Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, and for that,
Great.
we would
That's
ask
all
a
we need.
favorable report.
That's all we need. That's all we need.
Thank you.
We got it.
Any questions? Testimony?
No.
End of the day. All right.
End of the day for
Good.
you.
Thank you, Mr.
One,
Chair.
two. We get 7 more bills yet.
I know. All right.
What do you got, Quarterman? 9:35. We don't even have to guess what this does. We've got a bunch of subtraction modifications this year. We've got about 6 or 8 of them, I think, and we're going to put them all into a group, and we're going to start talking about them soon.
Excellent. Start talking about this one first then, I guess, right?
You bet.
All right. Mr. Chairman, committee members, for the record, Senator Paul Quarterman representing District 2. Washington, Frederick counties, thank you for the opportunity to present Senate Bill 935. This bill is very similar to an income tax subtraction modification we passed a couple years ago in relation to diaper banks. The intent here, though, is to support and address the needs of our food banks, encourage both food donations, at the same time incentivize private cash donations to further support the food bank community. At a time when many families are struggling with rising grocery costs, even a modest increase in donations can make a meaningful difference. Since COVID, we've seen a dramatic increase in the need of our communities, as currently 1 in 3 are at risk of food insecurity. Senate Bill 935 offers a way to encourage more food and cash donations to organizations that feed Marylanders in need. The bill would allow taxpayers to subtract up to $1,000 in donations to qualified food banks and other charitable entities. At the same time, the bill also creates a clear incentive to give as rising costs continue to increase and sources of funding have diminished. Food banks have come to meet the challenge with greater needs and fewer resources, and this bill is a way to support these entities by encouraging, giving, and easing pressures. I did want to take a minute real quick to address the fiscal note, as there is some ambiguity there. It indicates that revenues may decrease, but I think we can easily put this to rest. If we go back and look at those diaper bills we passed a couple years, we did we moved the sunset about 2 years ago, and so that had a look back from the previous years. It was about 250,000 statewide, about 167,000 to the local level, spread out against 24 jurisdictions. So I think it's reasonable to say this would be in that same spirit of probably what the impact would be. So would think it's pretty minimal for obviously the need and the return that this could give. So we're thankful for the support of the Maryland Food Bank and other entities across the state. And we thank your consideration and respectfully request a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, members of the Budget and Taxation Committee. My name is Ann Wallerstedt. I'm the Vice President of Government Relations and Strategic Initiatives at the Maryland Food Bank. The Maryland Food Bank is obviously extremely supportive of this legislation, and just to keep it super short, food donations are down, and the bulk of our monetary donations come from individuals, so a bill like this is very important, and for those reasons, we'd ask for a favorable report.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Susan Allen. I'm here representing my church, St. Anne's Church, that's right down the road, and the other churches in my area that are providing a lot of food programs for people. So I am scared about the number of people who are asking for food now. We know this is going to increase. The SNAP benefits are going to be cut, 2.4 million, our president has promised, and we want to be ready. And we're asking this as a tool to get people to open their checkbooks, to donate to the food bank and to also our food. So please, we need a favorable on this. Very respectfully, our churches are asking you. Thanks so much.
Questions?
Thank you. And, I appreciate you hanging in here this afternoon.
Taxation Committee here to present Senate Bill 794, special enrollment, different testimony. 9.3, yes. So that bill is a bill that is intended to help organ donors for kidney organ donation. And it is a bill that allows employers to be able to request a tax credit for the period of which the employee may be out because of kidney organ donation. So kidney organ donation requires a period of time by which they would be out of work because of the recovery period required. And so this bill would allow employers to be able to qualify for a tax credit for the wages during which the employee is out of work because of a kidney or other organ donation. The employer then would file with the, as part of the taxes they include to the comptroller, this request for tax credit. And as you are all aware, there's a current program, the family program, that allows for leave for those employees that covers a good chunk of the time by which an employee would be out of work because of this organ donation. This then would basically provide for the employer to also request a credit for the remaining 15% that would not otherwise be covered by the family program. And really is an intention to be able to help encourage and support employers so that their employees can go donate organs such as kidney organs and other conditions that might require transplant. And so that is the bill. There's not much of a fiscal note that's noted in the file, so happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for the senator?
Ask for a favorable report.
Yeah.
Yep.
A healthy person, like what's usually the time for recovery?
It can be a couple of weeks. And so, I think family only covers, I think it's like 8 weeks or something like that. So, and depending on the type of organ being donated, it can take more time. So, it's, what's that? Yeah. So it's really just a benefit to the employer to be able to get this tax credit so that they can encourage their employees if they qualify, right? So there are a lot of things that need to take place for an organ transplant to actually work. You have to match like different, kind of donor categories and whatnot, and then they have to do some medical testing to make sure that they're compatible.
Just do on the front side too, like I know, because I'm pretty sure like testing to say, hey, do we match? The time off.
That's a good point.
Because I know like sometimes you'll see where like you got to go, they're looking for donors and you got to go get your blood type done and
Yeah, there's a lot of front-side screening and testing that needs to take
screening,
place
stuff
to
like that.
make sure that
You
you're
might wanna-
compatible for the recipient.
Are these your witnesses? Are we on this bill?
Yeah.
Oh,
Sorry.
come on up.
We jumped into, so I have another bill over in finance, so that's why I've been like scattered, but.
It's okay.
Want to turn over to the witnesses?
Yep,
Maybe they
yep,
can
we're
answer.
ready- we're ready to keep rolling.
Questions, and then my staff person's here too to
Yep.
answer any questions if I
I've
can
got
run
two
over.
witnesses signed up, John Hoffman and Ellery Payton.
So if you're okay with timing, if I can run back to finance just to try to catch them.
See you later.
I'm all set. All right. So I'll have my staff come up just
Yep.
to answer any questions.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
I'll start first.
Gentlemen?
Chair. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, thank you. For the record, my name is John Hoffman. I'm the Senior Director of State Policy and Advocacy for the American Kidney Fund. On behalf of all the people we serve in Maryland, including the 18,000 residents currently living with end-stage renal disease, I'm testifying today to respectfully request that you support SB 793, voted favorably out of committee. This important bill, as mentioned, would provide a tax credit for employers who provide paid leave for organ donation, covering 100% of the wages paid during that leave. The American Kidney Fund works on behalf of the 1 in 7 Americans living with kidney disease and the millions more at risk to support people wherever they are in their fight against kidney disease from prevention through post-transplant living. Today in Maryland, there are thousands of people waiting for a kidney transplant. The wait for a kidney transplant from a deceased donor can last years, and 13 people die every day nationwide while waiting. This is where living donors come in. They save lives with the altruistic act of donating a kidney, and we need to do everything we can to protect them and make more living donation possible. When someone donates a kidney to a relative, a friend, or a stranger, they shorten the transplant waiting list for everyone else. By providing an incentive for a private business to provide their employees a paid leave benefit to donate an organ, this bill could expand the pool of donors who are financially able to go through with their intended donation and help save the life of a Marylander in need. This bill still provides an employer the choice on whether to participate in the program and provides the employee with ample time to recover after surgery, with the bill providing up to 12 weeks of wage reimbursement. Many motivated donors cannot handle the financial consequences of a multiple-week period of leave without pay. This bill could be a part of the solution to that problem. In a recent journal article in the Clinical Journal of American Society of Nephrology, it showed that if a $10,000 disincentive were removed, there would be an estimated 61% increase in living donation. We were very happy to see the Maryland pass a paid family medical leave bill coming into effect this year and beginning payouts next year. This bill should be targeted to catch the people who would not otherwise be eligible under this program, as mentioned by the senator, for reasons of hours worked or other eligibility restrictions. By passing this bill, we can make it so that no willing donor falls through the cracks and can be assured of paid leave when they recover, giving the gift of life.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Ellery Payton Jr. I am a 2-time kidney transplant recipient, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the donor who are my donors, who are my heroes, Carolyn Pruden being one and Kellen Leach being the other. Like I said, they're the true heroes in the organ donation process. During my second transplant, I asked the question as to why aren't my original kidneys being taken out? And my doctors told me because you have to remove ribs to take the donor's kidneys out. So in order to heal from your transplant, we don't want you to also have to heal from a broken rib. So with that said, I have 4 kidneys right now, 2 on my back, my original, and 2 on my stomach. So again, to say that the organ donors are the true heroes in here. I would not be able to sit here with you today had it not been for my donors. I'm able to go on with my life. I'm able to live successfully because of what my donors have done on my behalf. Organ donation is done out of a long thought process and out of love. And I can truly sit here and say that I know that I would not be here today had it not been for my 2 donors. Again, their names, Kellen Leach and Carolyn Pruden. So I would hope that there's a favorable response into your decision about this bill.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your story.
Thank you.
Questions for these witnesses? Thank you very much. Cool. All right. Senator Smith. Got a Sears building in your district?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Mr. Vice Chairman, Senator Smith here to enter into the record Senate Bill 821. So we're all familiar with big box stores like Sears and Walmart, but obviously as economies have changed and with online purchasing, stores like Sears have closed down. So about 10 years ago, there was a Sears building in my district that closed down, and the building has been vacant ever since. Now, the situation here is that there's a fee simple owner, BF Saul Company, and they own the land, and then they have a ground lease to Transformco that owns that building that sits on top. That lease was entered into in 1966. It was a 100-year lease. So that building, which has remained vacant and blighted, has greatly depressed this area in the center of my district. The economic situation around it, nothing has come up, no development, there have been security concerns because the building has just remained dormant and open. And it's a huge eyesore in the middle of the community, which is right at the corridor of Colesville and New Hampshire. This should be a thriving intersection with lots of economic activity and lots of economic development. The county has tried several times to acquire this piece of property, but to no avail. And so the bill before you seeks to exercise the state's eminent domain power to give just compensation, to turn that piece of property for public use so that we can revitalize this portion of my district. I can't emphasize enough the depressed economic development and the security concerns that have arisen because this large property has remained dormant. There have been several levels of negotiation between the fee simple owner and the ground lessee, Transformco, and they've never been able to come to an agreement. A similar situation arose in my county farther north, and in Baltimore County, just a few years ago, they were able to acquire a Sears building and redevelop it to great success. And so the bill before you seeks to do that by exercising the state's eminent domain power.
Is this a standalone property or is it part of a mall?
It's in a strip mall, but it's a standalone property. I mean, it occupies.
It's not connected in any.
It's not connected. It sits adjacent to a strip mall, but it's a standalone property. And so with that, as you know, the bill just directs the Department of General Services to initiate acquisition proceedings, and it sets a date certain for those activities to commence. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, I ask for a favorable report.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hellman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the other cases that you cited, was the property actually taken by eminent domain, or was the initiation of the procedure enough to pressure the landowner to actually make a deal?
Well, in both cases that I cited, the initiation of the procedure was enough to kind of force those discussions. But, I mean, the prospect has to be real. We have to be willing to take that action to make that happen.
Senator Zucker.
Thank you very much. I'm very familiar, Mr. Chairman, with that property, and we had a similar situation in Burtonsville. And colleagues, and White Oak is just an unbelievable community. Obviously, it's got great representation, but it's an unbelievable community. But what happens is these standalone stores or storefronts or facilities serve as an anchor for that entire area. So if there's something that's vacant, it has a ripple effect through. Certainly, from my purview as and my vantage point as being chair of the Capital Budget Subcommittee, it is obviously, and a resident of Montgomery County, certainly it's our hope that the developer were to come to the table and figure out a way where they can work with the county, with the District 20 delegation to get things moving. But I know that I think that we've already put about $8 million into White Oak. So, you know, if we have to, we'll pass this bill. But I know we have members of the subcommittee of the capital budget here. So what I want to do is at least as chair preliminarily say, we're going to move the $8 million that is currently in White Oak to this to help to start the seizure of the property. Just want to make sure everyone's okay with that. Okay. Seeing no opposition. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Jennings.
Just one question I do have is, what is the use going to be for eminent domain should the county seize it?
Excellent. No, that, I mean, your compliments to the fiscal note writers, because the public use definition is broad, and there's a lot of latitude given to the state. We're working with the county to develop that public use. So it's a wide, broad definition. The case law cited is actually very good and speaks to our discretion in that regard. So working with the county to finalize those plans.
And it would be something for public?
Absolutely, yes.
Other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm gonna do one of my bills, and then I have my director of comms. He's gonna do my Maryland Game Day tax bill. All right. Good evening, Mr. Chair, committee. For the record, I'm Senator Nick Charles here from Legislative District 25 on Senate Bill 943. One of the most important duties, as you all know this already, of this committee is to ensure that our body gets the best budget possible so that we can do our constitutional duty, and that's pass a balanced budget for Maryland. Members of this committee, you guys right here in this room, you spend months carefully reviewing the state's finances, understanding where revenue comes from, and making difficult decisions about what Maryland can afford to fund and what may need to be reduced, which at times becomes a place to put us at odds. And every year, this committee is asked to reconcile competing priorities with limited resources. When revenues do not keep pace with expenditures, programs are reduced, investments are delayed, and difficult choices must be made. If the state had a stronger economic activity and greater revenues to work with, many of those difficult decisions would not be necessary. This is why the subject of this bill, Senate Bill 943, is relevant to the work of this committee. Maryland spends tens of billions of dollars each year through public procurement. Through procurement managed by agencies and overseen by the Board of Public Works and the Maryland Department of General Services, the state of Maryland itself spends roughly $19 billion in procurement activity. Those dollars represent one of the most powerful economic tools the state has. So the question before us is whether those dollars should simply purchase goods and services or whether they should allow Maryland to strengthen our economy using this revenue base. Senate Bill 943 reflects a simple principle. When Maryland taxpayers fund public contracts, Maryland should consider the economic impact those contracts generate for Maryland's workers, businesses, and communities. Let me provide a quick example for you all. Imagine two companies submit bids for the same project. A Maryland-based company submits a proposal for $1.1 million, and an out-of-state company submits a proposal for $1 million. And let's just say this is for IT services. Under the traditional lowest price evaluation, the out-of-state firm would win the contract because, guess what, it's $100,000 cheaper. But the broader economic impact tells a different story. The Maryland-based company does a few things differently than this out-of-state company. One, it employs Maryland residents who pay income taxes in the state. The company operates facilities here and pays property taxes. It pays business taxes in Maryland. It purchases supplies from Maryland vendors and subcontractors. And its employees, they spend their wages in Maryland communities supporting other local businesses. So why is all of that important? The dollars circulate through our economy and generate additional tax revenue for the state. That's why it's important. By contrast, when a contract is awarded to an out-of-state company, much of that economic activity leaves Maryland. The wages, the profits, the supplier purchases, and the economic multiplier effects often occur somewhere else. Another example, I'll let you know that you look at tree removal that takes place. We have industries that will go to out-of-state companies and utilize out-of-state companies instead of using people right here within our own jurisdictions, within our own state, that can add value. So in this situation, Maryland may save this $100,000 on the contract price, but we lose far more. Senate Bill 943 allows procurement decisions to consider the broader economic value when proposals are otherwise competitive. The goal of this legislation is not to exclude out-of-state companies. Those companies remain fully eligible to compete for Maryland contracts. Instead, the bill encourages companies that want to compete for Maryland's procurement opportunities to invest in Maryland's economy by hiring Maryland workers, partnering with Maryland suppliers, and establishing operations here in the state. If we can grow our economy by bringing more businesses here, because we have certain rules in place that work to the advantage of Maryland-based businesses, that puts us in a very good position to bring other types of businesses directly here to our state. In other words, Maryland's procurement policies can help strengthen Maryland's economy. Importantly, this legislation does not alter Maryland's sealed bidding doctrine. Procurements conducted through competitive sealed bidding will continue to award contracts to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder. Economic impact considerations, however, apply only where procurement methods already allow multiple evaluation factors, such as competitive sealed proposals. This bill also respects federal procurement requirements. When federal funding restricts evaluation criteria, those federal rules continue to govern the procurement process. I also want to acknowledge the concerns raised by several stakeholders and the agencies in their written testimony. Those concerns primarily relate to procurement procedures, federal funding compliance, and flexibility for local governments. And I appreciate those perspectives. I'm committed to working with the committee and the stakeholders to address them, but I must state on the record, we create policy. We, this body, we direct how things work in our state. And if there are ways to change procurement procedures that can have a positive impact on Maryland, that is something we as a body should do. Now, for the amendments, I'm open to amendments, and those amendments could clarify the economic impact evaluations, that they only apply to procurement methods where multiple evaluation criteria are already permitted, such as competitive sealed bidding proposals. We can also ensure the legislation does not conflict with federal procurement requirements where federal funding governs the contracting process. We can also provide flexibility for political subdivisions and how they implement these evaluation considerations within their procurement systems. And we can also work with the procurement professionals to refine evaluation structures so that the policy operates effectively within Maryland's procurement framework. And it must be said, I'll say this again, it's something that I truly believe in, that insanity is doing something over and over again and expecting different results. Our contracting officers have been operating from the same place for far too long, and we now need to look at how Maryland's procurement system is not currently working in our best interests. My goal is to ensure that when Maryland spends public dollars, those dollars work as hard as possible for Maryland taxpayers. At a time where Maryland continues to face structural budget pressures and our residents are focused on affordability, it's reasonable for this body to ensure that The dollars we spend are also strengthening Maryland's workforce, businesses, and our tax base. Simply put, when Maryland spends public dollars, Maryland should benefit from them. I, like this committee, am committed to show Marylanders we are not insane and that we know we can operate differently. And we understand the power that we have within this chamber and support Maryland by supporting our local businesses. And for these reasons, I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 943.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator, for bringing this bill. I think it's really important. I really do, that we figure out how to keep our dollars circulating inside of our state and inside of our localities. So I really do applaud you on that. The testimony of people against, there's a lot of that, as I'm sure you know. The question that I have for you is, you've established this framework. Do we have data on the framework within our existing procurements to know whether or not the purchases that have been done with Maryland-based companies and sort of the impact that they've been able to have versus the ones that are not Maryland-based companies and the people don't live here and everything else? Do you know if we've done that in our state?
No, we haven't. We have not done a deep dive into that. There have been all types of studies that have been done. Most recently, there was the procurement bill that we passed last year, and there was supposed to be some pullout that came where BPW was supposed to promulgate all of the issues and come up with the best practices to make sure we are focused on doing what's in the best interest, which is buying Maryland, and if there's any type of impacts. We're still waiting to see that. I'm working with the Office of State Procurement to come up with some solutions for that particular issue so we can dive in and get more information. But I had another bill that came before this committee this year to address that shortfall also that you're talking about, which would allow for us to track to see how many dollars we're spending within the state and how many dollars we're spending with out-of-state companies through each agency. That way we can truly see the impact. How much money are we gaining? What type of economic impact? That's why this bill, in conjunction with the other bill that I brought before this committee, it addresses those problems. So if we're able to track this information, it puts us in a stronger position to make better choices for our state.
Okay.
But right now we don't have enough data to do that. So tracking this and putting a provision where we're looking at supporting our local businesses first. And I do want to go and say this, the folks that are telling us we shouldn't do this are the same folks we give our state dollars to. They don't tell us what to do. We tell them what to do. And I want them to know that on record. They do not dictate what the Senate does. The Senate dictates what they do.
Thank you.
Nope, by myself, lone soldier. But I have my, for the next bill.
I do have an objection.
Okay.
Any Myers? Or May, excuse me.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Danny Mays. I'm testifying in my personal capacity, and I've spent the last 18 years working in public procurement in Maryland. This bill is described as a Buy Maryland measure. In operation, it does indeed blur the line between an invitation for bids and a request for proposals in a significant way. Under Senate Bill 943, sealed bids would be scored on a 100-point scale, with price becoming just 20% of the decision. Sealed bidding exists for a clear, well-defined requirement where award is made to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder based on objective criteria. The request for proposals method exists when technical trade-offs are appropriate. This bill keeps the label sealed bidding, but rewrites the award standard to function like a trade-off process. That shift introduces significant subjectivity into a framework that was designed to limit it, increasing protest risk, delays, and administrative costs. The Department of Legislative Services' own fiscal analysis reaches a similar conclusion, warning that the bill is likely to increase procurement costs, extend procurement timelines, and require additional staff and resources to administer. There's also an economic consequence. Maryland is not the largest procurement market in this region. Many of our technology and professional services firms compete heavily in larger neighboring states. Embedding a broad in-state scoring preference into statute invites reciprocal action in those larger markets and ultimately shrinks the market available to our Maryland firms. For these reasons, I respectfully and strongly urge an unfavorable report. I've also submitted written testimony that details the statutory changes and associated risks, and I encourage the committee to review it. Thank you.
Who determines the objective criteria that you're talking about, that you're calling objective?
Thank you for the question. So under current statute, an invitation for bids is objectively awarded to the lowest responsive
Now,
responsible
who determines
bidder.
what is objective? Because my experience is that they're not necessarily objective. What you call objective is someone else would absolutely consider to be subjective, other than price. If there are any criteria beyond price, someone's making a call, making a decision. Wouldn't you agree?
That's correct. An invitation for bids.
That in and of itself would be subjective.
I would not be able to agree with that assertion because they are putting on minimum qualifications. That's where the responsibility action comes in on an invitation for bids. When you get into requests for proposals, you have human beings looking at proposals. There's going to be an inherent little bit of subjectivity in that when you develop the evaluation criteria. What this bill does is completely blur the distinction between an invitation for bids and a request for proposals. And the more subjectivity we invite into the process, the more delays. And if there's one thing we hear in procurement, it's not, we need you to do it slower. So I mean, to put more administrative burden on procurement, I don't think is the answer here, particularly when it does have downstream negative impacts on the supplier community as well, particularly our Maryland firms who could face reciprocity in larger markets.
I'm sorry, Mr. Just one follow-up on that. The suppliers who are where I am from do not feel like they are getting opportunities inside of Maryland. So help me understand who you're talking about that are Maryland-based businesses that are getting Maryland work. Because the ones who I know aren't getting Maryland work. And they're not getting an opportunity. They are paying taxes. They do live here. Their families are here. They go out and everything else. But they have to make a living outside of Maryland and don't get a chance to really be competitive, although they are circling things here. So who are you talking about?
I mean, I think without the data that you spoke to Senator Charles about, without that in front of us, I think we're both having hypothetical, anecdotal conversations. I know plenty of Maryland firms who get Maryland business, just like you may know some that don't. I think unless we have data in front of us, we're having an anecdotal
So
conversation.
you would agree that we probably need some additional information and data that would help us to be able to better understand the impact of procurement in our state on businesses and Marylanders inside of here?
Absolutely, but I don't think fundamentally changing what an invitation for bids is and does is the answer to doing that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. What is, on this, like, what's your perspective being a Maryland resident?
My perspective on being a Maryland resident is that it is a noble cause to want to keep dollars circulating in Maryland. So I think that the intent of the legislation is pure, and I think that it's something we could probably all get behind. I think the execution of this legislation and how far it goes to just fundamentally alter procurement in a way that could be taken very subjectively is a step too far for us. And I think there are some other ways to go about doing this that don't fundamentally alter the very heart of public procurement and the very clear distinction between an invitation for bids and a request for proposals.
So where do you live in Maryland, and what impact do you think it will have?
It would have if it passed, or it would have if it didn't pass. If it did not pass. So I live in Anne Arundel County. If it did not pass, I'm not sure what impact it would have, because we're under the status quo at the moment. So I don't foresee it having any positive or negative impact for not passing. My concern is, as written, this bill fundamentally changes public procurement and introduces an amount of subjectivity into it that I just cannot stress enough is not what we need to be doing, in my opinion. It's just one person.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to your next bill, Senator.
Try not to hold you guys too long. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and honorable members of the Budget and Taxation Committee. For the record, my name is Solomon Stevens, and I serve as the Director of Communications for Senator Charles, and who represents Legislative District 25. I'm here today to testify in support of Senate Bill 945. Senate Bill 945 establishes a modest 3% game day tax on hotels, restaurants, and bars within a defined 3-mile radius of the University of Maryland football stadium on the game of and preceding day of home football game performances. By capturing a portion of the surge in spending that accompanies major sporting events, the tax directly reinvests dollars from the game day economy back into the athletic programs and campus infrastructure that makes those events possible. Revenue generated from this tax would be directed to the university's athletics department to help retain student athletes and fund facility improvements. Since the NIL framework was established in 2021, student athletes have been permitted to earn compensation through sponsorships, social media partnerships, and brand agreements. This represented a significant shift in the governance of college athletics. It was not until the landmark ruling in House versus NCAA in 2025, however, that permitted institutions to directly distribute up to $20.5 million annually to student athletes. As a result, the recruiting landscape has grown considerably more competitive, with prospective athletes increasingly factoring potential earnings into their institutional decisions. Institutions with more robust NIL funding structures hold a distinct advantage in recruitment, demonstrate a greater capacity to attract and retain higher caliber coaching staff, and benefit from the sustained competitive performance across athletic programs. The University of Maryland football program hosts 7 home games per season, meaning that any proposed tax mechanism would apply to no more than 14 days annually, concentrated within the football season. The tax would be narrowly scoped to target accommodations predominantly utilized by out-of-state visitors, namely lodging, hotels, and dining establishments. With a modest 3% tax, Maryland residents and students are significantly less likely to bear the weight of this proposal, as the primary impact will fall on lodging associated with visiting guests. The majority of projected revenue will be generated through hotel stays tied to large game day events. Even then, the financial impact is minimal. A visitor reserving a $100 hotel room would incur just a $3 fee. A person getting a $15 meal will pay only 45 cents more. For out-of-state fans who routinely travel to away games and make this trip a part of annual tradition, an additional $4 and change is unlikely to alter long-standing plans for a single weekend each year. For most, the extra cents on 14 days of the year will often go unnoticed. This is a measured, reasonable approach that generates meaningful revenue without creating an unmanageable burden on anyone. The intent of this legislation is to position the University of Maryland as a competitive destination for elite student athletes, while reducing reliance on tuition revenue and other general funding sources to support athletic investment. The evidence is clear. Universities that make sustained investments in their athletic programs realize a broad range of institutional benefits. Competitive athletic programs generate increased national visibility, expanded broadcast opportunities, and meaningful revenue growth for the university. These outcomes correlate directly with higher student enrollment, stronger alumni engagement, and a more vibrant and invested university community. A recent report published by the Diamondback in February found that Maryland athletics ranks last among Big Ten institutions in annual spending. This is not just a data point. It is a reflection of a structural disadvantage that requires deliberate policy response. Maryland is a recognized leader in primary and higher education. We hold membership in the most competitive collegiate athletic conference in the country, the Big Ten. This legislation represents an opportunity to align our institutional investment with that standing to ensure the University of Maryland has the resources necessary to compete at the highest level and make clear that this state is committed to the success of its student athletes. We have seen top talent sign with the University of Maryland, leave, and then literally win national championships with other teams within our own conference. We must start the conversation of how to keep this talent at home. As a proud alum of the University of Maryland, I respectfully urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 945 to allow our flagship university to compete and operate at a level consistent with other states. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you very much. Michael Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee. Mike Mason here on behalf of Experience Prince George's in respectful opposition to this bill. First, want to recognize Salman did a fantastic job presenting that bill today here in this committee, so I do want to recognize him for that. On behalf of Experience Prince George's, we just have a lot of issues with the mechanics of this bill. We're setting a 3-mile radius around what encompasses a lot of bars, restaurants, hotels, that we're going to say we're going to put a 3% surcharge on at the end of the day when it comes to game day. I would love for a game day hotel to cost $100 in College Park. It's not the cost. I'd love for a meal to be $15. It's not. It's just the reality of where this is. I do think that this is a larger conversation, a broader conversation. The University of Tennessee, they ripped the Band-Aid off. They just did a 10% ticket increase. University of Arkansas, they did a stadium-controlled 3% concessions fee on their food and alcohol for name and likeness and imaging. Personally, this is a long overdue conversation when it comes to NIL and kind of producing this for kids in this area. But I would think the big thing that's surrounding this is around game day are the folks that are residents there in University Park, Berwyn Manor, that's just north of that up Route 1, that are going to be going into hotels, bars. Also, that's in there is the adjacent the next day as well after the game day portion that's in that bill too. So students get up the next morning, they go get something to eat after the game. They get a surcharge that's on top of that. This is kind of really a focus thing. I think it's kind of evident, the university system's not here with this one. I think it's a deeper conversation that Maryland's got to have internally when it comes to building their football program. We've had a lot of success, and I would love to see 2002 repeated with another basketball national championship. I would love to see Maryland, get a national championship in football as well, too. We've won a bunch in the last few years in lacrosse, and men's and women's lacrosse in there, and field hockey as well, and stay competitive. But just for these reasons, we can't get behind this. So thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you very much. Senator Maltz.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, distinguished members, it's an honor to be here this evening to present Senate Bill 704. I learned just prior to session from a CPA firm who has a number of clients on the shore that they were surprised that there was a new interpretation being utilized by the Comptroller's Office with regards to the estate tax. And what was going on is what had been done in the past, properties that were held in LLCs were included in the $5 million deduction. I'm not sure exactly how this changed, but the Comptroller's Office began excluding properties that were held in LLC for the purposes of the $5 million exclusion in the estate tax law. Now, that interpretation is probably a lot bigger than what this bill is. The bill before you simply says ag land in a single member LLC shall be treated as personal property for purposes of the estate tax. It doesn't address the other properties held in single-member LLCs. Single-member LLCs are a standard thing for estate planning and so forth. I can't explain the change in the interpretation. However, this particular issue was brought to me as a very serious problem on the shore for a number of clients. For this one firm, I haven't polled a number of different firms. The legislation would just simply clarify that the LLCs are considered, single-member LLCs would be considered personal property, for purposes of estate tax calculation for the $5 million exemption. Per a request from the Comptroller's Office, they've suggested that we make the enactment date June 30th, 2027. So I agreed to do that so long as they would promise that no one would die before then. That was a joke. That was not. That's not even a funny joke. Not a funny joke.
So in other words, they put their property, their farm in the LLC.
Correct.
And so that's where all their assets there are, essentially.
Correct.
And this is why, and this is the fundamental problem.
Correct.
Simple as that.
Yeah.
Okay. Questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Harris. You'd like to think you're the big winner, be last, but you're not.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're close.
Super close. But I ain't gonna be too long. Appreciate you.
Yep.
Great evening to you all, Chair, Vice Chair, and the members of this awesome, great Budget and Tax Committee. Senator Kevin M. Harris here for the record, District 27, representing Prince George's, Charles, and Calvert County. In 2024, the state of Maryland generated roughly $73 million in revenue from the sale tax on adult use cannabis. With an additional 3% collected on each purchase since July 1st, the state should expect to raise millions more per quarter from cannabis sales. Senate Bill 925 directs a portion of the annual revenues raised to the Maryland Veterans Trust, providing a consistent source of revenue to the fund. Veterans are among the most impacted by federal layoffs and spending cuts. Returning service members accounted for roughly 1/3 of the federal civilian workforce and were disproportionately targeted by DOGE this past spring. Additionally, tens of thousands of veterans became at risk for foreclosures after elimination of the VA Mortgage Rescue Program. The Maryland Veterans Trust was created in 2013 to provide veterans with their families with emergency financial assistance for expenses like rent, mortgage payments, utilities, and vehicle repairs. The fund will increasingly be called upon to provide relief for veterans and their families still reeling from federal spending cuts. Still, demand for relief are high, and the General Assembly must ensure that the funds continue to remain available. New source of revenues are rare and will be necessary tools in closing the looming budget shortfalls. However, Maryland veterans have already been disproportionately harmed in the name of fairness. Senate Bill 925 will direct 3% of revenue from sale tax on adult use cannabis to Maryland Veterans Trust Fund. With the newly increased tax rate, the general fund will likely still see a net increase in revenue while providing a stable source of revenue for veterans. For this reason, I ask for a favorable committee report on Senate Bill 925.
Thank you. The sponsor is two witnesses here. Mr. Spiegel.
Thank you. Jason Spiegel on behalf of the Maryland Military Coalition. We request a favorable report on SB 925. The trust fund receives no state appropriated funds. Rather, the fund relies on private sector donations and proceeds from lotteries and other games. This year, for the first time, an income tax checkoff, line 39 on Maryland Form 502, will be available to support the trust fund. It is interesting to note that if you click on the website for the trust fund, you are first taken directly to a fundraising page, not the page where applicants can seek assistance. That is not how the state should take care of veterans. Unfortunately, the fund regularly runs out of money and applications for assistance are denied. Last year, more than 200 qualified applicants were initially denied support due to insufficient funds. As the executive director of the trust fund said at a Veterans Commission meeting last year, there are too many claimants and not enough funds. The trust fund requires a sustained revenue stream that will enable it to take care of the needs of eligible claimants suffering financial hardship. The Maryland Military Coalition applauds Senator Harris's innovative solution to place the fund on a sound financial footing and ensure that all veterans and family members who are suffering financial hardship can receive assistance. Accordingly, we strongly support SB 925 and ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lewis?
Yes, thank you and good afternoon. Thank you to the chair and esteemed members of the committee. My name is Shanitha Marable Lewis. I am a proud Army combat veteran and executive director of Veterans Initiative 22, a nonprofit organization whose mission is veteran suicide prevention through safe and affordable access to medical cannabis. I'm submitting this testimony on behalf of VI 22 in strong support of Senate Bill 0925. However, I respectfully urge this committee to amend the bill to increase the allocation from 3% to 5%, and here's why. VI 22 was founded on the principle that no veteran should be priced out of life-saving medicine. We formed specifically to ease the crushing financial burden that veterans who use medical cannabis face. In Maryland, we lose 150 veterans to suicide annually. The veteran suicide rate is 1.5 times higher than that of non-veterans. Yet financial barriers prevent many from accessing effective treatment like medical cannabis. Veterans are 6% of Maryland's population, but represent approximately 12 to 15% of medical cannabis patients, double our population share. A 5% allocation reflects actual veteran need. Most importantly, veterans built this industry. We testified before committees like this one when it was politically, professionally, and personally risky. We shared our trauma to destigmatize this medicine. Maryland's cannabis industry generated $1.2 billion in its first year. Veterans helped build that. This isn't charity, it's justice. Senate Bill 925 acknowledges a fundamental truth. The legal cannabis industry in Maryland exists in part because of the advocacy, research, and lived experience of veterans like myself and the thousands we serve through Veterans Initiative 22. Veterans have been at the forefront of cannabis reform, testifying before legislatures, participating in research, and building community support for access. It is appropriate and just that veterans benefit directly from the tax revenue generated by an industry in their service, sacrifice, and advocacy has helped to legitimize. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions for the senator or these witnesses? Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Appreciate you. Senator Zucker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished colleagues, the Budget and Taxation Committee, I know the hour is late, so I'll be as quick as possible. First, wanted to thank Delegates Palachevich Carr and Delegate Feldmark for helping to bring this legislation forward, especially in the House. Senate Bill 766 just builds on former whistleblower protections that was passed in 2021. What this bill does is it sets to modify the previous legislation to allow it to apply to other taxes. We've included some technical amendments, and we're also working with the Maryland State Comptroller's Office to work out some of the questions that she had, but we're working with the House sponsor on doing that, and happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Thank you, Senator.
Yeah.
We are concluded.